It was good. Data structures and algorithms. Okay. YouTube. Okay. What's good, y'all? How y'all doing? Hope you guys are cool. Oh my goodness. All right. So we got a roadmap here that we're following. So from now going forward, we're going to be doing this. We're going to be taking at least 1 hour for DSA and 1 hour or 2 hours coding, right? Yeah, I want us to be doing them at the same time, because if I'm to say we spend the entire coding session, like the stream, just doing only coding the project, I really don't think it will like give us a good ROI, because then I'll have to like do it again after the stream. Like, you know, when I get off a stream, I'm always tired, like literally. So I don't want to, the last thing I want is again see code in my face. You get it? After I finish the stream, I want to be able to like go and do other stuff, like maybe play games or just have fun, because I'm not trying to make this stuff look like a job that I become very exhausted. So that's my plan going forward. I hope you guys will understand. So I have my notebook with me here. I'll be taking notes as well of what I'll be doing. It is literally 3 p.m. right now. I just got back from college, and yeah. So I gotta get back to the grind. You feel me? I really want to take this shit serious, bro. Like, I don't want January to come and then I'm just like starting to do DSA. So I'll be doing DSA for the first maybe 1 hour or 30 minutes, and then the next hour or 2 hours I'll be doing projects. So let me hope that's okay with you guys. Let's contains duplicate. What's the question? Duplication or duplicate detection? Okay. It's valid anagrams. Yeah, so I'm just gonna take this off because I already did it. But another thing I need to do, bro, I need to improve my typing speed. Like, I swear to God. Let me just open monkey type here. I need to start typing fast. I'm super bad. I'm trash at typing, man. I don't know, bro. Let me first check my typing speed. Let me see. See that? Govern at just for move another follow day because begin. Oh my goodness. Here some mean through to all. Bruh, look at my typing speed, bro. I'm so trash, bro. I'm so trash, bro. What kind of typing speed is this? Especially as a programmer, bro. Especially as a programmer, bro, my typing speed is so trash. What do you guys think, bro? So like I said, I would take like the first 1 hour doing DSA and then the second hour. Yo, bro, what's shaking the goddamn ground, bro? Yo, the ground is shaking. Is it just me? What's even happening? Hold on. My network is not good or what? Okay. Bro, I just had an earthquake, bro. That's crazy. I don't know if that's an earthquake, but it's okay. Oh my god. Alright. But I need to get my typing speed up to par. What's going on here again? I'll log in. I like the way this I like this, like this gray color, right? Okay, let me log in. Okay, just save it. It's okay. What is this? All time? Okay. Where is the typing? Okay, let me see. Group, bruh. Oh my god. Do at thing head plan must seem okay. Again. Oh Jesus Christ. You both. Oh my god, what in the hell am I doing? Wow. Alright, bro. It is what it is. My typing is crap, bro. My typing is crap. I just need to do more. Yo, bro, how you doing, bro? Where's your home? I'm in Rwanda currently. I'm in Rwanda. I'm in Rwanda, brother. Yeah, but I'm from South Sudan. If you know where South Sudan is, I'm from South Sudan. So we are now using this lit code, NIT code thing to like keep track of what I think is NIT code 150. This thing here, we are following this. So we are starting with contains duplicate. We are using Java. So yeah, first we need to understand what the question wants. 1 hour we're going to spend it on DSA. Then the next hour or two, oh my god, the next hour or two we shall do projects. Hi dude, BCA buddy, what's good, Brusky? How you doing, man? Let me hope you are cool. Okay, I hope you're good, man. Oh my god. Yep. Wait, let me see so I can make sure I read the chats clearly. Alrighty, I think I can see it. Okay. Yep. So we are given an integer array of nums, which is I think it's an array of integers, right? But the name of that array is called nums. Return true if any value appears at least twice in the array, and return false if every element is distinct. So like here, an example could be 1, 2, 3, 1. So we got 1 and 1. So we return true because we have a duplicate, right? And here these numbers are all distinct. There's nothing that's repeated here. And here we return true because we have 1 repeated, 3 repeated, and all that stuff. So let's go ahead and test it out to see. Now, the first thing that comes to my mind when I see a question like this is that we have to first try the naive approach, right? First, the naive approach. Now the naive approach will allow us to like loop twice, right? The first loop and the second loop. So the first loop and the second loop, we shall use them to compare and check every element, compare it with each other, like is element 1 equal to element 2. If that is true, give us true, right? That means contains duplicate, or else you return false, I think. So let's just try to do that. Now the first for loop is just going to run from int I. We're starting from 0, and then we have to make sure this is less than the length of the nums, and then we have to increment this every time. And lastly, I mean second last, not lastly, we also need to initialize j. The second loop is going to start from where I stopped previously, so we're going to get I plus 1. That is a starting point of j because it starts after I, right? I continues to iterate, and then we start from where it stopped. So we get j, and then j should also be less than nums length. Boys, I tried my typing speed, and goddamn, bro, I can't even type without looking at the screen. I mean, my fingers. What kind of developer is that? Alright, so from here now we have to get an if check, right? We check, does this nums in this position I equate to the one in position j? If that's true, then return true, because then we have a duplicate, right? Since they're the same. So we check for nums array in position I. I mean, how do I call that? How do you even read that? This I stands for position, right? I don't know if it stands for position. Yeah, let's just call it like that. So if this is equal to what we have in position j, then go ahead and return true, because then it means we have a duplicate. Return true, right? We have a duplicate. Now if that's not true, then we go ahead and return false outside here. Now I don't know if this is going to give us something, but let's try the naive approach. See, yeah, the naive approach works. Positional index. Oh, my boy Amir, what's good, bro? You came back from college? I just came back from school. So yeah, that is that. I stands for the position of the index. Okay. So can you read for me this? Can you read for me the nums I and the nums j? Like, I understand what it's doing, but I just don't know how to read it out loud. I feel like it means the element in that position, right? Like let's say the position is like 0. Let's say we have an array like, for example, what we have here, which is 1, 2, and 3. So now 1 is 0, 2 is 1, 3 is 2, right? Congratulations. On what, bro? So we're going to check if we said I should start from 0, and then we start from where I stopped. If I is iterating from here, let's say I stopped here, we need to start from where I stopped. That's going to be j. So if I is on 0, then if position 0 is equals to position 2, then we contain a duplicate, we return true, else we return false. So I think that is that. But if we run this right now, as you can see, all the test cases have passed, but we cannot submit this because this naive approach is going to like, let me first understand. For this one, we are first checking, right? We are comparing every element. So the time complexity is actually O of n squared, right? O of n squared. And also the space complexity. I think the space complexity is O of n because we are not creating any array. We are not creating anything else. So the space remains O of n according to the input, according to what we have as our input array, right? Which is the size. So if this is like 100 numbers inside this nums array, our space complexity will remain the size of that, will also be 100. So I think space complexity will also just be O of n, not O of n squared. So I think that is just that for this one. But oh my god, I got some flu, bro. I can't lie to you guys. So y'all will excuse me if I'm not talking loud as hell. Okay, so we're not gonna go with this naive approach. We gotta do something. We gotta improve the speed, right? Time complexity is O of n log n. No, not really. O of n log n is if we are searching. We are not searching. We're just comparing. Yeah, that's for sorting. We are not sorting here. We are just checking, you know? We are just checking, does this, within the same array actually. We're just checking. Hey, bro. What's that name, bro? Adan Ali. What's good, broski? O of n log n is for sorting. If we are sorting, if we have to sort the array, then we check for this and that. That's when we shall have the O of n log n. But we're not sorting right now. That's in binary search, right? Anyways, let's go ahead and see what we need to do. Here, I think we need something called a set, right? But for Java, we have something called a hash set. So I think a hash set is what we need for the optimal approach, right? So this is going to be the optimal solution. Optimal solution. We need to create a new hash set. And for this one, it's just going to be easy. We have to create a new hash set like this. Oh my god, I can't even type. Hash set is almost like creating a hash map, right? And then we can just call this as the one we've seen, and then we create this new instance of it. So we're creating a new instance of hash set. We don't have to repeat ourselves. And then after that, we shall have this, right? Now, we need to make sure this is an integer because everything here is integer. So we need to keep type of the we need to keep track of the types. So we initialize a hash set first, right? So those are the steps we are going to take. We first initialize a hash set, because why do we use a hash set? Now, a hash set or a set in Java only takes in unique numbers. So unique numbers or unique elements. Let's just say unique elements. Unique elements. So in case we have anything that's duplicate, right? The set will neglect it. So it will already like give us the answer without trying. So let's go again and see. Now for this one, we are not going to loop twice, right? We are not going to have nested loops. We are just going to loop once. And now inside here, we're going to initialize first a variable called num, right? Which is one number. We check for each number inside the nums array. We check for each number, then we go ahead and say, hey, for each number inside this array, go ahead and check, do we have that number inside the hash set, right? So we check first, we get an if check and say, hey, if what we have as scene, that is the name of the hash set that we created. If scene.contains, this is a method that comes with the hash set. If that hash set contains the number that we need out of the input array, go ahead and just, if scene.contains, right? If this hash set has the number that we want, go ahead and return true. Return true, because then we found a duplicate, right? Since if let's say we have this 1, 2, 3, 4, and then let's use this one which has a duplicate 1, 2, 3, 4. Now what we are doing is we have an empty hash set, right? Then we just loop through this, and then we check inside our hash set. Does our hash set contain this number that we are looping through? If we loop through this 1, check our hash set. Does it contain 1? No. Okay, we add 1 there. We again come here and loop through, see, hey, does our hash set contain 2? No, we add 2 there. Then we loop through, does our hash set contain 3? No, we add 3 there. Then we check again, oh, does our hash set contain 1? Yes, 1. Then we found a duplicate. Then just return false after that. So here we have, return true, because then there's a duplicate. Now here we have that. And if there's no number, like I said, we add that number there. So we go ahead and say, get this hash set and then add what we have, which is this num, that number, we add it, and then after that, outside here, we just go ahead and return false. If we have looped through everything like here and we did not find any duplicates, we just go ahead and return false. I think that is it. Now if I run this, it should run, it should work. Yep, it's running. Let's just submit it and see. Hopefully, yeah, 15 minutes, milliseconds. That's crazy work. We've beaten 50% of the people that did this, that attempted this question. Yeah. Let's first see. What's the time complexity for this, right? What's time and space complexity for this solution? For space complexity, obviously we've created a new hash set, so it's going to be O of 1. Bro, party. We created a new hash set, so space complexity is going to be O of n. And everything that, all the operations like contains and add, all these ones are O of 1. So this is going to be O of, it's going to be O of 1, right? For both here for the space complexity, and then this is going to be the operations, right? So I'm just going to call this for the operations. For the operations like contains and then add and remove and put and all that stuff, all these ones are O of 1 because that's how fast they are. Bro, your background is good but not better. You should improve more. I will definitely, bro. My background is trash anyways. Somebody said, I think the second approach is efficient compared to the first. Yeah. The second approach is actually the best optimal solution for it. Because the first one is nested loop. So here we have only one for loop, but we created a new space again. You understand? The only problem here is that we have created, hey, I gotta take back what I said previously about the space complexity. For the nested loops, we did not create anything again. So the space complexity remains O of 1. Now, this solution is optimal, but we've compromised on the space because we created a new hash set. So yeah, I take back the other one. The other one space is O of 1 and this space is O of n. Because we created a new hash set. So we created a new hash set that is going to affect our space complexity. Now, the next thing is we need to check I think the space, time complexity is oven, which is cool, which is the best actually. So time complexity for this is 1. O of n rather, not 1. Oh my god, 1 could have been the best, right? But you cannot achieve 1, especially with arrays like this though. It's hard to achieve O of 1 stuff. You get so I think that should do it for this question. I think we're gonna do 2 more problems or 1 more problem according to, let me check this stuff. We have contains duplicate, we finished it, valid anagram, and then we shall do 2 sum, and that will be it, right? I think that will be it. Then we can go to the projects. What do you guys think? Hash set is O of n, right? Yes, it is O of n. Now use hashmap, bro. Count the occurrences. No, the occurrences doesn't apply in contains duplicate. Only we can use it in valid anagrams. That's where we can count the occurrences. You have an idea, but we cannot apply it here. It's not applicable in contains duplicate. Yeah, so I teach myself DSA, my boys. That's the funniest part. I teach myself every single thing. I take my time, bro. Anyways, that is it. So I'm thinking, bro, I have a while without pushing anything to my GitHub, bro. It's so sad, bro. Now that I think about it, my GitHub is just like a desert. I had this point when I was going crazy every single day, and then I took a low break. Now it's like I'm just like in a desert, bro. I need to get back on this grind for real. I need to get back on my grind, bro. I'm slacking off. I said this whole when I think I answered that. I need to remove Go from here. I added Go from here when I was trying to learn Go. Lead code is just to get you through the interview. For real, man. It's so annoying. The one thing about lead code is it's so annoying. So annoying. Like, it is so overhyped and it's so annoying. Like, you get to do dumb shit just for some interview, bro. Like, some stuff is just so annoying. But you cannot blame them. I feel like it makes the entire interview standardized, because then you know it's like, hey, you know what to prepare for. You get, bro. Do you know Next.js? Yes, I do. I know Next.js, my brother. Let's look at. We have two strings, S and T. We need to return true if T is an anagram of S and else otherwise. Now, what is an anagram? And okay, one S is anagram. This is nagram. So this is true because it's an anagram. Then the next one is rat and car is false, obviously. Now, what's an anagram? I think those are words that you can rewrite, but it's still, you can create a different word out of it, but then when you rearrange them, they can get you the original word, right? So that means they contain the same frequency or the occurrence, and then the same length. So we need to the first thing we can do is making sure if the length, I don't know, if now, let me first see the steps we need to follow to solve this problem, right? We need to follow certain steps. Let me first look at it. Anagram, we need to make sure their length is the same. So we're going to have same length. Same length for a word to be an anagram should contain same length. And we also need to make sure we have same frequency. Same frequency or occurrence. It is for logic building. Grinding on building real stuff is the best. Do lead code for interview preparation only. Yeah. So I would love to like do, let's say 1 hour we do lead code, and then the next 1 or 2 hours we spend it on projects, or maybe 30 minutes lead code, then 2 hours projects. That's what I'm planning to do now going forward. So yeah, I don't know if you guys are okay with that, you know. Because I'm even doing it in Java, which is cool, because then I get to like, you know, I get to like up my Java skills. So yeah, that's the thing. Same length and same frequency. That is all that we need to take care of. So the first thing we need to check is making sure the length should be the same, right? So if s.length, if this length of s is not equal to, right? This is not equal to t.length, then we need to go ahead and just return false. Straight. We need to return false. Bro, do it in HTML. Are you high, bro? Goodness, my dog is high, bro. Calm down. This reminds me of a meme where a guy was asked to invert a binary tree in an interview. Where he got the job, he was asked to resize the button. Are you working or studying? I am studying. I'm in college. I'm in my 3rd year at the uni, my brother. Yeah. Hold on, I didn't see that meme, bro. You gotta send it to me. I think this will be the best approach as you suggested, right? Yeah, so first we check if the length is the same. If it's not the same, we will return false straight, because as you can see from the definition of anagram, let's also keep ChatGPT open somewhere so that we can understand what's going on. All right, so this is it. Let's say for contains duplicate, no, for what's the name, for valid anagram or anagram? Not valid anagram. But I need to first understand the meaning of anagram. What's anagram? Yes, I think this will be the best approach. Okay, I think I answered that. A word or phrase or named form by rearranging the letters of another, such as spar form from rasp. Oh, okay. So that is it. Okay, now what do we need to take care of? I think we are done with this, so let's just send that. Okay, now we have that. Then I think we can loop we need to loop through this, but first we need to convert this into array, right? These two characters, we need to convert them into arrays, and then we loop through checking if all of these ones are the same, right? If they have the same length and stuff. So let's go ahead and try to do that. So the first for loop, we need to loop what are we going to be looping through? Characters. Oh my god. Do we need 2 for loops? I don't know. Let's first try it. Int I. Oh, what's that? Oh, we have s, right? So we don't have to loop through the stuff like that. So we can use this one, which is for character c in this array, which is s dot to character array, right? I think it's something like this, if I'm not mistaken. Okay, then the first one, we need to check if anagram I need to understand something, okay? Because we need to convert this one into an array, then we loop through it. Okay, after that, what next? To character array, we need to check for something. For the length is okay, we've already done that. Now for the frequency, this is where we need to, I think we need to create a new list, right? We need to create a new array list. So this should be on top. Let me just come here and create a new array list. So this is going to be a new list. It's going to take in, I think it's going to be a string, right? If I'm not mistaken, a string, and then we're going to call it what? We're going to call it list, then is equals to new array list. Yep, if I'm not mistaken, this should be the correct approach. And we have a string, we have a list. So this list is going to look like this, right? It's going to look something like this. First, it will be empty. And then after that, if we need to check for the frequency. So after we convert this S to an array, then we add this C to this list, right? So let's come for it again. Here we're going to say list dot add. We need to add C, which is this character, and then we need to loop again through. We need to loop through the first character C again, but this time in T dot to character array. And this time we are going to have an if check, right? We're going to have an if check. Now this if, we need to check first, right? I don't know what's going on. Oh god. Oh, wait, I think we can use the idea this guy was talking about. I think, yeah, he said we use a hash map and then we count our currents. I think that would make more sense rather than using this array list, because this array list is kind of confusing me. So we are going to say hash map. Let me first try to use a hash map for now. Oh, the list will make sense. I don't know, bruh. I really don't know, but let's just leave it as a list. Then now, the first one, we add these characters there, and then we create an array. I did. This is an array. It's there. We've created the array. So the first, we have added this. Now, let's say the first loop, for the first loop, we add this, right? Oh, we need to hold on, bro. I'm going to solve this in a minute. Just give me a second. I'm still trying to think. Okay, we first create a list. That's what we did. Secondly, we need to add this. Are you guys seeing my screen properly? Or maybe it's smaller? Because if it's smaller, I can increase it. The fonts. Where's the fonts? Yeah, let me know, bro. Can you guys see it clearly, or I need to increase the fonts? All right. So for the first loop, we have it as empty. Then after looping, we add the character. So now our array will look something like this. Will look something like A. Then we shall have something like anagram. So this is going to be N. So that means every word will be like this, right? A again, and until we form something like anagram, right? Let's just have anagram like this, and then for each word we separate them like this. Anagram. So we are going to have something like this. Comma. Okay. Then we're gonna have comma. Yep. Something like this. All right. So we're gonna have something like this, my brothers. This is the first one, right? Since we are looping through this array, then we add the characters like this. Now after our boy said let's go. After that, we can loop again, and then here we need to check for something, right? What are we checking? We need to check if the character C that we've added inside there is the same as what we have already, or what. I'm kind of stuck, bro. I have no clue, bro. Can somebody give me a clue? I'm kind of stuck, and this anagram problem is easy, bro. And I'm stuck. Let me try to think deep. Try to think deeply. And this is the naive approach yet, by the way, I guess. So contains, no, not contains, duplicate. Here the first length will return false. Then we loop through. The first for loop here will fill this array with the, okay. And then second for loop, what will the second for loop do? We'll also convert these ones into the array, into this similar format. And then we shall check the length. No, not the length, oh God. Can we check for the characters that are in this array? If they are the same as the ones inside this array, then we return true, or else we return false. Don't give up. I'm not giving up. I'm not giving up. I'm trying to think, my brother. Let me see. After we have list.add. Hey, bro, what are you doing? Is that very great? Best of luck, brother. I also started coding journey with C for 2 months. Maybe you're solving lit code. Yeah. Why are you learning C, if I may ask? Because C sounds like very low level. Why are you learning C, bro? C is too low level, man. It's so hard. I did C in my first year in uni, and I didn't like it. I don't know why. I also did Java in my second year, and I did not like it. But later on, I started to see why Java is enterprise, and I fell in love with Java. Yeah, but I'm having a hard time understanding what's going on here. I'm having a hard time, a little hard time. Okay, let me first jot down something. Hold on. What's the name of this stuff? C is low level, but in our university, C Python first. Oh, you just started uni? Oh yeah, bruh. I know. Okay, so let me first understand this. I think I'm flash banging you guys' eyes. This is crazy. Let me put this as the device. Okay, this should be okay in your eyes, right? So I need to understand one thing for sure, right? Now we have an empty anagram, yet an empty array that we've created. This is an empty list. Now here we are adding this to the list, and we assume we've added everything already, right? So I'm just going to do this. We assume we have added everything. Let's say we've added everything here, right? So that means now we have everything in here. So how do we move from there now? They say C is the mother of all programming languages. Very true. Need to create an array of size 26. Check the length. Look through. That is for the optimal solution. We are still in there. For the optimal solution, we can create. Here's the thing. For the optimal solution, we can create a hash map like this, right? You can create a hash map like this. Hold on. A hash map that will take a string, something like this. And then here we can just call it map is equals to new int. No. Wait, you write on that for sure. You write on what you just said. You write on what you just said, because what we have to create will be something like int, something like this, and then we shall give it 26. That will be the space, because then it's going to take in the alphabets. It's going to take alphabets in lowercase. So we give it a definite size of 26, which means those are 26 characters. Then we have to keep this as list. Nah, I really don't know, bro. Why are you talking shit about C? C is hard, bro. What are you saying? C is too hard, man. Maybe he wants to be covered. C is too hard. Whoever's trying, hold on. Let me try to contact AI. Let's say, let's do this. Don't answer it. Don't answer the question. Okay. Just get me the walkthrough. Okay, I think it's already like giving us the walkthrough without giving us the actual answers. So that's the kind of learning that I love to do. So I'm just gonna select this. I'm gonna just pick this question. The same thing people say about Java. I did assembly. Learning language is all about what you want to do with it. Yeah, maybe build a new OS. Bro, if you want to build a programming goddamn operating system, I swear, bro, that stuff is complex, bro. Like I feel like you have a better thing to do with your time than oh god. So here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna take my code and say, hey, I got stuck here, right? I got stuck here. Don't give me the solution, just a small hint on if I am on the right track. Okay, right. Oh my god, I can't type, man. Right track. But before the breakdown, the question like above. Okay, what are you guys saying? Complex to normal people but not for nerds. I should use a two-pointer approach. I don't even know two-pointer approach. Can you believe that, bruh? Because why would I use a two? Oh, hold on. I don't want to like say something that I'll take back. Let me first go back to this question before I understand what AI is saying. My boy said we need to use a two-pointer approach. Right now, right, all I'm thinking is we are still doing arrays and hashing because there's a way NeetCode organize these things, right? NeetCode organize it in a way that every single thing here is following a certain thing. We cannot jump to two pointers without understanding arrays and hashing. So, you feel me? So we need to understand arrays and hashing, then we can be able to use two pointers and stack as well. So this is the format I'm following. You get it? I don't want to just learn everything randomly. I'm following this format. And it's tested, it's tried and tested. You get it? Tried and tested. We trust NeetCode. That is the code of NeetCode. I don't care what nobody says. That guy is cracked. Okay. The user is asking me to review their code. What's all this? Anyways, a breakdown of the question like I did before, a hint on whether they are on the right track. Okay, let's see. Let me analyze the approach. Okay, let me first. I think the question is all here. Problem breakdown. What we are checking, two strings are anagrams if they have the same length. Yes, that's what we did. We already checked for the length. That's good. Any suggestion to start lead code and why you chose Java over C++? Because Java is the best language that has ever been created. Java is the GOAT of all programming languages. Java is object oriented. Java is enterprise. Java is strong and stable. Java, you can make millions and support millions of APIs, millions. Java is resilient. Java is everything. I'm going to glaze Java, my boy. Anyway, they say no matter what happens. Here's the thing though. C++, right? C++ and C is good if you want to like work at companies like things like trading firms, right? You know, like Goldman Sachs, trading firms, like big corporations that like support low latency kind of stuff, like, you know, things that are just like fast and speed. Yeah, C++ and C, they can stand out there. Meanwhile, C++ is laughing in the corner. I know C++ is a goat, right? But Java, my boy, is my favorite. I love that language. So yeah, that is it. That's why I chose it actually. Okay, now each character appears the same number of times in both strings. Good. So we have the same length and then they should appear the same number of times in both strings. We have anagram and anagram. True, all letters match. A is equal to 3, N is 1, G is 1, R is 1, M is 1. Yep. And then here's false. Listen and silent, true, all letters match. Now the key question, how do I count how many times each character appears? Wait a minute. So that's what I need to, embedded system as well, they use C? My boy, and what are you doing? I think you're doing embedded system as well, right? Wow. So now I need to note down something important, okay, with this anagram problem. I think I need to just jot it down with you guys here so that you guys can understand how I take my notes as well. So I need to understand one thing, is that the key question we need to ask ourselves. Let me come here. It's inside DSA, data structures and algorithms. Okay, here we're good. I'm just gonna go ahead and remove this. To remove this here. Well, I think I solved this sometime. I did, I swear to God. And we have a list of characters, not a list of strings. A new array list. Then we check convert this list.add this. I'm sure I did it. Then for the second array, if oh my God, I solved it before. I solved it. I knew it, bro. Hold on. I knew it. I solved it before, bro. Cause what am I stressing? My issue is here. This is supposed to be a character, not a string. Okay. And then from there, if this list, right? This is a list dot remove. Hold on, my boy. If this is not removed, if we are not removing that, we need to be able to remove this character. We need to put this inside. So we take this character and then we convert it into an object. Then here we return true. My boys, oh my God, I'm happy, bro. I'm happy. I just needed to understand something. All right, this is cool. And then finally here we can return false. I think it should work. Let me try to run this solution. Hold on. Oh God, I have a problem. Where? Oh yeah, the length is like this. Supposed to be like this. Supposed to be like this. Hold on. I'm excited, man. I'm excited. Okay, run it, my boy. Oh God, we have a problem. Embedded system, we generally C is used in operating rockets. That's not true. Embedded systems, we generally deal with low-level programming, sometimes Python, but Python is not suitable for real-time application due to speed issues. How do you put low-level with Python in the same sentence, my boy? Are you are you joking with us, bro? What do you mean Python with low-level at the same time? Python is a high-level language. I feel like you mean maybe C, Rust, Go. You know, Go is a mixture, is a hybrid of high level and low level, but Go is mainly low level, right? But you can put it as high level as well. Yeah. The way you're putting them in the same sentence is wild, bro. What do you mean? Okay. Wait, should charge this. I need to charge this stuff. Good. So I don't want to get burnt in here. I heard C++ is what is used under the hood for Python. Yeah. Python is written in C++. Most of these languages, by the way, are written in C++. Most of them. Even JavaScript, right? If I'm not mistaken, JavaScript is written in C++. No, Java. Hold on, JavaScript is written in Java. No, in C++. Yeah, for sure. Bro, you're underestimating the power of C. C is the goat of all these languages, bro. You didn't get the point. Generally, C, C++, assembly, and sometimes Python, though it's a high level. Oh, okay. First, give me an application where you would need Python. When would you need like Python and like solving the problems? Let's say, okay, what's going on here? Return false. Yeah, we're returning false. We're returning true again. What? Let me remove this issue. Need code 150. I kind of didn't understand what's going on here. So, here true. We add this list. Then we continue. We check. Usually use Python. Oh, Raspberry Pi. All right. Makes sense. I appreciate you for educating me, my brother. So we need to return true, or else we return false here. Let's first continue reading. I have a problem. AI and ML. Wait, AI and ML, are they like low level stuff? I doubt. How do I count how many times each character appeared? So, method call. Okay, yeah, that was a wrong issue with the method call. So, for character dot add this, okay, we have that. First grade. It's supposed to be in characters. But let's understand this method first. Questions for you to think about. What are you planning to do in the second loop with this list? If you want to check, does character A exist in my list? How would you do that? And if anagram has 3 A's, how does your list track that? Big hint: lists can store characters, but they are not the best tool for counting. You're on track, but not the optimal one. Let me ask you. If I ask you to count how many times each letter appears on paper, what would you do? You might create this. So okay, I'm getting it. Somebody said there's a version called MicroPython, also for microcontrollers. Wow, my boy is educating me. There is also Tiny ML, where you deploy a lightweight machine learning model to microcontrollers. I didn't know that. I didn't know any of that. You guys are speaking Chinese right now, bruh. You feel me, my brothers? Alright, let's see a guiding question. Don't answer yet, just think. For the first string anagram, how would you count that A appears 3 times? What data structure can store A? 3. Oh, that's a mob. That's a hash mob. But wait though. What I'm thinking, I think a list as well can do that. But a map will have 2 values, which is key value pairs, right? We can have a key which is A, that's the character, and then the value which will be 3. I think. Bro, you guys are not reasoning with me. It's okay. Y'all should stop arguing about all that low level shit. Let's think about the problem at hand. Oh, what's good, my brother? A pair, right? Now, for the second string Nagaram, how would you check if it has the same counts? What if you subtract 1 from each character count, as you said? At the end, what should all the counts be if they're anagrams? So that we are now getting the hints we need, my brother. So the type hint, okay, I know this type hint. You are using a string but adding characters. That's a type mismatch issue, but more importantly, you should be using a list at all. Wait, should you be using a list at all? Remember from the previous explanation, you need a data structure that can store keys, the characters, store values, the counts of frequencies. So that's a hash map. That's a hash map. It's not a list. All right, that makes sense. Now we need to also, let's see, allows you to quickly check how many times have I seen this character. What data structure does that, does this key value pairs? I think that is a hash map, right? Next step, fix the length bug first. Method called, okay, to consider your data structure. Review the hash map section from my previous, oh, now we have an idea. It's a hash map, okay? So now the patterns to follow, we need to loop through the first string and then count up, add the increments. All right, let me first try, okay? Small nudge, read only if you get stuck. Check if all counts ended at 0. Remember the array of size 26 approach I mentioned. That works great too for low-case letters. Wait. I don't understand what's going on. Okay. Let me first see. Let me say export the issue. Export the issue with my code. As is exporting the issue, let's first run it again and check what's the problem. Why is this failing? Why is it failing? Our output is false, but we expected true, but the output is false. Why? Let me first see. Oh God. So we have a list of characters. We first add the first character, and then we check if we remove this character, do we again return true? I think here we need to return false, right? God. Great, let me spot the issue with your code. You're getting closer, but there are a couple of logical errors. Logic error in return statement. This is wrong. List the remove returns true if the character was found and removed. Oh, miss, if the character was not found, because we have this. I didn't see that. I didn't see that. So if the character from T is not in the list from S, you're returning true. Oh God, I'm supposed to return false. And that was it. I think that was the only error. Yes. That was the only error. Here we're supposed to return false. And if all is said and done, we return true. Alright, let's first try it again. Yes. I told you guys, bro. Hold on, man. Wait. I told you I was gonna get. I told you, bro. I told you. Bro, I'm happy, bro. Here's the thing you guys gotta know, right? Doing DSA is not easy. It's not for the weak, bro. I understand we might get help from AI here and there, but push the character of the string in the hash map and then check if the present. No, we're first doing it the naive way. This is the naive approach. Alright? Now I want to ask, is this breakdown the time and space complexity of this problem? Let's see let me first understand. All right, now let me break it down using what we just created. Cool. So quick reminder, time complexity, how many operations does your algorithm perform as the input size grows? Okay, I know that. Space, how many extra memory? Okay, I know that. N is the length of strings, S and T, since they must be equal in length. Now, your array list approach. So we first create an array list of characters. And then the first loop we have to check, we have to convert these strings into an array, into a character array that only handles characters. Then we need to check for each character, go ahead and add this character to the list. Now the second array, we shall say, hey, inside this T array character, inside this character array called T, right, go ahead and add every character. For each character, check if we remove this character from the list, right? Does it still exist in this list, that we added? Does it exist? If it's not true, if it doesn't exist, then we return false. Wait a minute. I don't understand this part. I do not understand what this part is doing. Let me first see from what it said from the start. List.remove character C returns true if the character was found and removed. So if the character was found and removed. So if the character from T is not in the list from S. Oh, okay. If the character, right, from this T is not in the list that was added previously, right? Remember previously we added this to the list. And then if it's not there and it's removed, we return false. Okay, that makes sense. Now let's break down this. The first for loop, adding characters to the list. We loop n times, and then it's O of 1 on average, which is list.add is O of 1. Then the total time will be O of n, because one times n is n. So we're gonna have O of n for the total. Then the second loop, removing characters, will also be O of n. But list.remove object in array list is O of n because it searches through the list to find the element. Then it shifts all elements after it, which is O of n. Then we're going to have O of n squared. Now O of n times O of n from here is going to give us O of n squared, which is not optimal. Now the space complexity, we create a new list that stores all characters from S. In worst case scenario, no anagram. Now list contains all characters because there's no anagram, right? Which makes sense. I think I have understood the problem. This approach looks easy, but I don't understand anything. Yeah, I know, bruh. I know, right? It's kind of complex. I can't even lie to you. It might look easy, but it's not. So I think the easiest format is to understand it like the way I did it here, right? After we loop right here, we loop through this, like we convert S, which is this anagram. We convert every element inside here, inside this anagram thing, every this word anagram. We first break it down and then we convert it into an array just like this, right? And then from there we add every character, right? Every character we added into this new array list that we have, right? So let's say, for example, this is going to be S. Let me try to see if I can manage to break it down or make you understand like the way I'm getting it. So this is what we have so far, and then we have an empty array list that we created, right? So let's assume this is the list that we created. It's going to be empty like this. So once we loop through from here, the first loop here will add the first character, right? Or whatever character, right? We'll add it to the list here. Let's say we add A to this list, right? And then also we check here, right? If this character is present, right, but is not removed. So if this character is present but is not removed, so the opposite of that will return false. So I think in a short answer is saying if we added this S if we added this character A to this list, right? Once we loop through the second array list, and then we loop through the second array, then we add every character from here inside here. Then we check, hey, do we have that character? If it's yes, if it's there, then we return false, right? Because it's already there. You understand? I don't know if I'm explaining it properly, bro. Hold on. I'm kind of confused on how I'm explaining it. And now this stuff is even confusing me the most. So let me contact Mr. ChatGPT, because this is kind of confusing. So I want to get this approach like in my brain first, because this will be your talking point, and then we can just make it optimal after understanding this. Okay, so we're gonna say explain this thoroughly, bro. Thoroughly. What's that? What am I doing? Thoroughly, and make me understand, assuming I am a newbie to Java or coding at large. Okay, let's see. Somehow understood. But boy, let's see. Now, good. So, at high level, the goal is to determine whether two strings S and T are anagrams of each other. That is to say, they contain exactly the same characters with the same frequencies, just possibly in a different order. If the anagrams, return true, otherwise return false. Now that's it. Now the original code, this is what we had, right? Same length or whatever, this is just formatted. So step by step, let's understand for a newbie, right? In a Java, all code lives inside class, solution, this. Okay, I understand all that, man, goddamn. Alright, secondly, we need to keep track of the length, quick, early, exit. If the strings have different length, they cannot be anagrams. So return the returns number of characters. So we just return from there, because obviously, now this is where the big problem is, right here. Now first we create an array list. I don't know why this stuff is lagging like this though. We create an array list that will hold character objects. Note, character is a primitive. Character is its wrapper, almost like integer. Int and integer, right? So array list is a resizable array implementation of the list interface, and every character of S to the list. Add every character of S to the list. This is what we are doing. We're adding every character of S to the list. I think I did that. S.to character array converts the string to a character array. Okay, that's what we did. Now for the for loop, iterates each character, and list.addC appends it to the list. Java autoboxes the primitive character into a character object automatically when adding. Okay, now iterate T, removing characters from the list. Oh yes. Now I get it. We get to remove, right, the characters that we have already seen. That means these already exist. So A already exists in anagram and exists in nagaram. Then we cut it off. If we remove every character and then the result is 0, that means it's an anagram, right? That makes sense. That means they have the same length, because we are able to remove every character because they exist in both arrays. So I don't care if A is here and then N is this side. And the last A is this side, right? Anagram, and then the other one is nagaram, and then there is A somewhere in the middle. We cross them off. All right, my boys. I'm now kind of getting it. Not kind of, I'm getting it actually. Let me go to a Scarlet Draw. Let me show you what I've understood. So right now we have a list like this. So we have anagram, which is I know I won't be able to type this properly, so let me say anagram, and then I'm going to go down, separate these words. Okay, just like this, right? After that, let me first select this and then enlarge this. Yep. Okay, we have something like this, right? So this is the first character array that we created, right? For S, we first created this S. Now the next one is going to be, I think, let me grab this. How can I just? So the next one will be something like this. Hold. How can I remove this? Oh, we need. Okay. Yep. Grab this and then just copy this down. All right. Then we have something like this. So this one will just be Nagaram. Let me, that name is funny, Nagaram. Let's go ahead and remove this, and then let's use this. Let's change that, and then this is going to be Nagaram, like what we already have. So every character will be space so that we understand what we have. All right. So now this is what we have, right? This array, character array, this is the first one, this is the second one. Now what we have to do, right? Somehow understood what is the board name. This is called a scarlet draw. This is called a scarlet draw. So I need to change the color of this stroke. Let me just use, I think, this. Yeah, so we check now here. In the first array, character array, we compared with the second. Do we have A? I mean, let's cross A out. We check here. We have A. Cross it out. That's good. The second character, N. And we look through this. Do we have N? Okay, cross it off. We have A again. We check here. Do we have A? Cross it off. All right, let's check for G. Do we have G? Yes, cross it off. Let's check for R. Do we have R? Cross it off. Let's check for A. Do we have A? Cross it off. Let's check for M. Do we have M? Cross it off. Now, if the result here is 0, 0, that means these are anagrams. I think you get it now, my boy. I think you get it. So now we have anagrams, and finally we can say we return true, right? We return false, because this is the opposite. You understand? This is the opposite. Now, if we don't include this opposite, it will give us true here, and here will be false. I think you're getting it. Yeah, now pick it, bruh. This is super clean. So what's happening here? This is an object, right? If we just return this, like, if we return this without converting this into a character, without wrapping this C into a character, we shall get an error, because this C will be considered as an index according to Java. It will not convert this. It will not use this as an object. It will use it as an index. As index C, which doesn't make sense. In our case, we need to consider it as a character, since we are using a character array. So that's it. I think that is just it. Now we understand it. Damn, that was after a long struggle, right? Now we need to optimize it. This is not optimal enough. Now I need to understand, right? Let me first go back to Mr. ChatGPT. I think we already get what's happening here. Let's go to the pitfalls. We already understand what's going on there. What are the pitfalls? Important details and casting to characters required. Yes, without this character C, list.remove C would call remove index. Yes, we shall consider this as an index if we don't wrap it as a character like this first. Oh, because cause confusion, the cast speaks the remove object method. So we have, what's funny is that remove, right, for Java, if we just come back here, I think you guys know that, like list.remove in Java, right? If we have list.remove, right, like this, first it has removing the index on. We can remove the index, or we can remove an object, right? List.remove, or we can remove an object. Can remove an object. Let's see, the C that we are using is a character, so we need to convert it into a character first, into a character, then we consider that, and this is what we're going to use rather than removing the index itself. Yeah, I think that is what we need to consider. Yeah. All right, the next thing is, what else? Time complexity, array list the remove object such as linearly for the object and then shifts elements, that's O of n per remove. You do this for each character, and then now we have O of n squared. In the worst case, for large strings, this becomes slow. Oh, so this array.remove is O of n, but if we are doing this for each character, then we have to multiply it for every character. So we're going to have O of n, which is for the remove, and then we are removing every character. That will now multiply our n times n, which will be n squared, then will be O of n squared. In the worst case, we are going to have a slow application. Now the code stores all characters of s in a list of n, which is extra space. Okay, duplicates are handled. Removes only the first occurrence. So duplicates are correctly handled. One remove per occurrence. Okay, that's it. The code assumes s and t are null, are non-null. If either is null, you would get a null pointer exception. Okay, I think I should do it, bro. Now this is what we need to do. For first, let me see what's going on here. S is equals to, if s is null and t is null, return false. Oh, we need to but I think we, as you can see from here, the solution, we have to assume that all of them are not null. I think we just have to assume. Then we have to create a count, which is going to be int count, which is going to be an array, is equals to new int 26, which is going to be for the characters from A to Z. Now for I, this and that, s, this, that, whatever, we need to say count, which is that s dot character at I. Now what is this now? I don't understand what this is. Is it minus or something? I don't know. Okay, let's first understand what's going on. Sort and compare works for any characters. But if we sort and compare, that will be O of n log n, right? So the one of what this one is what? This is O of what? O of n. So we have O of n and O of n log n. I don't know which one we should consider. The one which is O of n log n is somehow better than O of n squared, but is slower than O of n. So here we check character A is equals to this. We first convert these two to arrays, to character arrays. Then finally we sort two of them. We're gonna have arrays.sort A, arrays.sort B, then we return arrays.equals A and B. That is going to be O of n log n. Okay. Nah, I don't know if this is the best though. You guys, I'm still thinking, because now we have like 3 solutions to this problem. 3 optimal solutions. Let's first see for the hash map is what? Is O of n. Wow. I think I kind of like the hash map one though, because then it's easier to understand. So we just need to create an array, hash map that has characters, that takes characters and integers, right? So we're going to have something that looks like this. We're going to have something that looks like this. We're going to have this and then this. Here is going to take characters and here is going to take integers. Oh my god, I cannot type, bro. I'm so trash. I mean, I can't write. Okay, this will take characters and then this will take integers. So let's say we have the anagram thing. Are you going to work for Google? If I get the job, then yeah. Who wouldn't want to work for Google, bruh? Like, tell me. Who can sit here today and say, I don't want to work for Google? Bruh, you guys are funny, bruh. What do you mean that you're going to work for Google? Is that a sarcastic question? Let's say we have anagram. Anagram. Okay. right? And then we have Nagaram on the other side. So here we need to check int. These are the appearances of A, right? Frequency. So anagram. We have A, which appears 3 times. Now N appears, anagram appears 1, G appears once, R appears once, M appears once. So this is what we are going to keep track of, right? And then we check this if it's the same with Nagaram as well. If we have Nagaram, just like this, Nagaram, right? So this Nagaram, we check N appears once, 2, A appears 1, 2, wait, yep, this is supposed to be 3 as well. What's going on here, bro? Internet, bro, what's going on, bro? Let me remove this. I think there's so many things going on here and it's just slowing us down. So let me also remove W3 schools for now. Just keep this 2 open. I'm going to remove this GitHub thing as well. Let me remove GitHub. Okay, so we have this. I think it's now better. It's now better. All right. Let's understand. So here we have that character thing that we are creating. So we have a hash map called frequency. Then we're going to take in characters, and character and integer, and we have a new hash map. Now for every character, converting this to a character array, check frequency.put C to that, and then check the frequency.get or default will start from C and the first one, and then we increase that character, we increase the count of the frequency. Then for the second one, we're going to have integer count is equals to frequency.get C. Oh, count of type integer, which is this integer that we have. Then we have a new variable called count is equals to frequency.get C. And then if count is null, return false. And then if count is equals to 1, frequency.remove C. And then else, frequency.put C count minus 1. So reduce count by 1. Oh yeah. I think this is our return frequency is empty. I think now I get it. This is what we need, right? On average is this, but the space where K is a number of distinct characters. Now, how do we really keep track of this? I think I kind of like this method. This solution. So let's try to implement that solution, right? I'll go ahead and implement this solution. Same length and same frequency. So first we need to check if they are null, right? If S is equals to null, but I think here's the thing. If the inputs contain Unicode characters, how would you adapt your solution to such a case? Oh, this has a follow-up question as well. Wow. So that means we have to consider the Unicode characters, and that's what we're gonna do next. And okay, the constraints are S and T consist of lowercase English letters. So that means this solution is out of the window. This solution is out of the window. So if you think about it, characters are arbitrary and you want frequency counts. Let's look at this. So we need to consider this. Yeah, we need to consider this since this is what we are given, right? Let's not make it hard on ourselves. So the first one, we need to just create int count is equal to new, then we give it a size, which is going to be constant 26. Then we loop through, and then we create count. Then we add this to the array, s.character at I, and then will be a, incremented, then count. So here's the thing, right? Like what we are doing here is we are adding and we are removing with the second one. We add and we remove, we add and we remove. And if the solution of adding and removing is 0, that means they're anagrams. Now, the second thing here, the second for loop is going to check for the count. If count is not equal to 0, return false. Wait, what is checking? I don't know what this is doing, but yeah. Strings ones, very fast and memory efficient. Alright, I think we're going to try this one. So let's go ahead and try that method. Let's first check for this. Say s.length is not equal to t.length. S.length is not equal to t.length. And we just return false from here. Make it short. Return false. And then if it's null, I think we have that constraint, right? Considering they are null, I don't know. Let's just see. So we also need to keep track of this. If I think we can even add this inside one array, right? I think we can add it like this. And then s is not equal to null, right? Yep, we can also have this is equal to null. I don't know. I think we should just create it by itself. We can have if s is equals to null, s is equals to null, and t is equals to null as well. Then go ahead and return false. I don't know if this is true. I don't know if this method is true, but let's see. So now for this one, we need to create int. We need to create an integer. An array integer is equal to new int. Then this one is going to take a fixed size of 26. Then from there we loop through this for int I is equal to 0. And then I is less than nums dot length. Then we increment I every time. We increment I every time. And then for this one, we need to create int, which is going to be count. Right? And then now this is going to take character at I will be equal to this first character. What do we have here? Okay, this is going to be an array, my bad. Yep, then we take this in, cut this. Yep, this is what's happening. Is it? Let's see. Oh, s dot character at I. Then we increment this, and then the same thing as that. Okay, my bad. What are we doing here? S dot character at I is that, and then we just increment. We increment this array. Then we copy this down. It's going to produce for us t. No. Ooh, this is also going to be I, but this time this one is decrementing. And then if that is true, we need to return false, I guess, right? Okay. Count. Oh, we already initialized it here, so we don't have to have that again. Now for this one, we need to return false if the c count is not equal to 0. Int c in count, in this count, is not equal to 0. If c is not equal to 0, return false, or else return true. Okay. Wait, what do we have here? If s is equal to null, oh, t is equal to null, And then oh, so here's the thing. This one will only happen if both of them are null. But we might have a point when t is not null. But this one is either of them will be null. We return false. Okay. Good. And then here we need to check a second for loop. The int c in count. In c in count here, if we check if c is not equal to 0. If c is not equal to 0, we return false. Yep. Why are we opening this? We just return false like this. And this is true because here what we are doing is at character I, right? Go ahead and remove also the same thing from this from t as well. And if we are adding and we are not removing it, if adding and removing doesn't equate to 0, that's what we have here, then return false or else return true. Okay, let's first try this optimal solution. What's going on? Nums.length. What am I doing? Variable nums. Oh, what do I have there? Not nums.length again. So int I is 0. This will be the length of what we have, which is the array that we created, right? Wait a minute. Let me see. S.length. Oh God. Man, I'm too stupid, bro. I can literally see it here, bro. Right, okay. It's fine. So this is what we have. Let's run it one more time. Bad operand types for binary operator. What's the problem, broski? Am I getting anything wrong here? What's the issue, bro? Let me first remove this. Bro, how is this solution wrong, bro? Can somebody tell me? Yo, what's good? What's good, bro? How is the solution wrong? S.character at I. Oh yeah, I think this is double string thing. Wait. I'm having a hard time, bro. I'm having a okay, this is going to be this. Let's try it. I think that is the problem. Let's first see it again. Oh God. So I need to understand this properly, like literally. All I know is that here it means as we add this to the character array as we add this to the array, right? Go ahead and subtract it as well. And if the resultant of our subtraction and addition is 0, that means the answer is true, right? But if the count of this array is not equal to 0, then return false, right? My boy said return s.size is equals to t.size and sort s.begin.s.end. Whoa. What's that, bruh? What is that complex code you just said? Okay, I think I'll go with this one. I think I'll go with this one for now. I'm gonna go ahead and copy this and let me tell ChatGPT, make me understand this one properly. Since count character art is confusing. Let's see. I think, have we made 1 hour on this DSA so far? 1 hour 30 minutes. That's crazy. I wanted it to be only 1 hour, then we can go and do something else. I don't know, but it's okay. It looks spooky at first, but it's actually one of the neatest little tricks in Java. I'll walk you through it slowly using real numbers, real characters, real numbers, and real array position, so it becomes instinctive, not memorized. What is int count is equal to new int 26. You're creating an array of 26 integers. So we're gonna have index 0, 1 up to 25, and then we're gonna have value 0, 0, 0, whatever. Why 26? Because we assume the string only contains lowercase English letters, and that is what we have as a constraint here. You know, it's always good to read the constraints. So this is a constraint assuming S and T consists of lowercase English letters. So that's something we need to keep check off. Okay, because you're sure. Jesus. So A, B, C up to Z, this will be index 25 and the A will be 0. So each position of the array represents how many of that later you've seen. Each position of the array represents how many of that later you've seen. Correct. Now why s.character at I is mapped to A. Let's say the current character is C. Behind the scenes, Java stores the character as numbers, Unicode values. For the lowercase English alphabet, the characters are arranged in order. Okay. If you subtract A, which is 97, you get C minus A, 97 minus 99 minus 97 to... Yo, this is crazy one. This is why I like Java, because this is only true with Java. You get, boom, you have a perfect index in the range of 0 to 25. All right, the index maps exactly to the 26 slots in the count. All right, now this is Java, so we're actually subtracting, we are not mapping. Now we're gonna have int, we're gonna have character at I, which is gonna be that index, right? The index, the character at that index we take as C, then we subtract A from it, the count will be 2. Wow, this is beautiful. This is beautiful. Let's visualize both lines working on real strings. We have anagram and nagaram. Now the loop, we're going to have this, we are starting with the length of s.length, and then we increment every time. Now we're going to have s.character I, right? From if that index is 0, like A here, right? And then the second one is what? Second one is 1. Okay, so we subtract A from that character, and then from T we subtract A from it as well. Here we are incrementing, then we are adding. So everything we have here, we add it to whatever that, we subtract everything here from what we have there. We process both strings at the same time. I is equal to 0, s.character at 0, which is A, right? We process both strings at the same time. S.character at 0, we're starting from 0, assuming I is 0, we're going to get A, and then assuming the character here at 0 is A, is N. So we have the first character is N, the first character is A, the first character is N. Now convert these to indices. A minus A is 0. Ooh, makes sense. 0 minus 0 is 0. And then N minus A is 13, right? Because then we're going to have, what's the index here? N, right? So we're going to have N minus A is 13. How is it 13? I need to understand. How is it 13? Oh, is that 13? I have no idea. Why did you get 13 from? It's kind of confusing now, but I understand the first one though. Count 0 plus plus 8 and then 13 minus n. Then if I is 1, we're going to have 1, which will be n. Okay. Character, this will be a. So we're going to have 13 plus plus. Then it's going to be 0. So s adds on n. T removes from a. Notice what just happened. N increases once and decreases once. They cancel out. Same for a. This is why the approach is elegant. Characters cancel each other out automatically. By the end of the loop, every letter in S has been plus in its bucket. Every letter in T has been -1 in its basket. Okay. Okay, fine. If the two strings have exactly the same letters with the same counts, every bucket ends at 0. Yes. So now the final check, we need to check. If any bucket is not 0, that means the character didn't cancel out, not an anagram. If all 26 buckets are 0, perfect match, return true. Tiny example. AABB versus ABA. We're going to have A, right, which will be +1, and -1, they cancel each other. So we remove 1 from here, 1 from here. Remove this, so they cancel each other. B removes B, B removes B, they cancel each other. Now the array ends with zeros only. Then the result is true. Alright. Now I get it. I need to rewrite this now from scratch so that I can get it. Finally, I'm going to leave the checks just there, right? So now the only thing we have to do, according to the constraints here, we have this should consist only of lowercase letters, lowercase English letters. So let's go ahead and create that count. Try with what? With my solution? I'll try. Just give me a second. Is equals to new int, and then we'll give it a length of 26. So that is that, and then from there we need to check for int I is equals to 0, and then I is less than s dot length. S dot length is gonna come with this, and then we increment I every time. After that, we get the count itself as the array. Then the first array will be plus plus. The second array will be minus minus. Okay, decrement. So here we need to first get the s dot at character at I. Then we'll go ahead and subtract a from it, which is our alphabet A, and then the same applies to this, which will be t dot character at A. Character at that index. Go ahead and subtract A from it as well, because A is the starting point for all of them. Alright, then we also have a check, which is going to be for int c in count. For every count in the count array, this is the count array, then we need to check if the c is not equal to 0 after doing the adding and subtraction, then go ahead and return false. Otherwise, return true because they have cancelled each other out. Okay, yeah, I think I'm good now. I can just go ahead and add this. Bam, you better run, my G. And then let's submit it and see. This ran in 5 milliseconds. Look how fast that algorithm is. Now, your method, let me try yours. My boy said what? How, sort s dot begin, s dot end. And then sort t dot begin, t dot end, return s is equals to t. But we are sorting, right? Sorting will have a bad algorithm, right? I mean bad time complexity, and sorting will not help us with the problem question, because the problem question states that we had only one wrong answer. Okay, that is cool. That is cool. That is cool. So, okay, my boy, as you can see, right? You came very late, bruh. I'm seeing a big ass spider here. I'm trying to kill it, bruh. Big ass spider, hold on. Yep. I dang. Had to kill a spider. I don't know what the fuck it's doing in my room, though. Um, Excuse my French, boys. So I think that should do it with late code today. I think the last question should be twosome. I don't think we should do it, man. I don't think we should do it. I don't think we should do twosome today. Like, I don't think, bruh. I feel like we can do it tomorrow, right? And then we start from twosome and grouping the anagrams. So that should do it for today, bro. We've really spent so much time doing DSA. Okay. I'm gonna close off all this and then see what to do now. So we can go and think about building projects now. We have a problem that we had last week, right? We stopped on authentication. Let me put on my glasses because the light is starting to get super bright in my face. Yep. Hold on. Okay. Let me charge my computer. Alright. So we can do we can continue with the authentication and authorization with JWT. I think that is that. That is that really. So let's get straight into it. Oh god. So we need to understand, we need to build the project, right? I mean, we are supposed to go get, I don't know if we should do testing with Mockito and this first, right? So let's get into that. Let's go into this. I'll finish this JWT thing in a minute. The Spring security is very, very big. I don't want to spend so much time there. So let's go and let me open Cloud Code. Can you make me understand this? Unit testing in SpringBoot. And also use this prompt, use this style of teaching me. Alright, let's go and pass in our style because we have our style here. We have our style here. We just have to replace OOP with just replace OOP with unit testing with J unit and Mockito. All right, let's go. I like how clean this code is. I'll teach you systematically with examples, exercises. Yes, that's my style of learning. And projects. Let's start from foundations and build up to Spring Boot testing scenarios. Understanding unit testing basics. What is unit testing? Unit testing means testing individual units, methods, or classes in isolation to verify they work correctly. Think of it like testing each ingredient before baking a cake. Why JUnit and Mockito? JUnit framework for writing and running tests. Mockito library for creating fake objects, mocks to isolate the code you're testing. Your first JUnit test. Let's test a simple calculator class. Okay, this is not yet. We have a class, public class calculator. We're going to have add int a, int b, return a plus b. So this is what should happen. We need to add. Okay, this will take an integer a and b, and then we'll return a plus b. Then we're gonna have divide int, and this will be b. Then if b is equals to 0, throw new illegal argument exception, cannot divide by 0. Then return a out of b, right? And then testing will be something like this. Calculator test. Then we need to test, prepare the test data. Calculator, new calculator. Int result is calculator.add53. Then assert equals, we're gonna have 8. Verify the result. So obviously after we add, the result should be 8, and then we pass in this as the result, right? Okay, then the testing the division will be a new instance of that calculator class, and then we have result is equals to this divided by this. Calculator.divide 10 divided by 2. Assert equals 5, and then result. Test divide by 0 throws exception. Oh yeah, we need to test the exception as well, which is unit testing, right? You're testing every unit. Okay, assert that an exception is thrown. Assert throws illegal exception dot class. Calculator.divide 10 and 0. Now marks a method as a test. Pattern arrange act assert. Arrange act assert. Organize your test. Assert equals checks if two values are equal. Assert throws verifies an exception is thrown. Okay, fine. Let me go ahead and test it out. Okay, I'm just gonna create a simple Spring Boot project with Maven. I'm just gonna call this JUnit or unit testing. I'm just gonna say unit testing. So here we're not gonna add anything. We're just gonna pick 25 Spring Boot. Okay, we're not picking any dependencies right now. So I want to do some unit testing with no dependencies. Okay, source, main, and test. Okay, so here we need to create a calculator class. Okay, that is a calculator class. Now first we need to create a public int add. It's gonna take integer a, and it's gonna take parameters. Then we have to return a plus b, and then secondly public int divide. I mean not division. We need two parameters, a and int b. Okay, then we'll go ahead and return. First we need to check for the exception. I think is inside the if check, right? If a, is it a divided by 0? a divided by 0. Then what's going on here? Oh, let's check the problem. Oh, if b, okay, my bad, if b is equal to 0, then we need to check the exception first, illegal argument exception. All right, so if b, okay, what's going on here? If b is 0, then go ahead and return or throw new illegal argument exception. Then we're gonna say something like cannot divide by 0. Then finally we return a divided by b. All right. So these are the two methods that we need to test, right? What's going on? Why do we have here add like this, and why is this divide like this? It's never used. And where is add used? Is add being used anywhere? I don't know where add is used, bro. Yeah, calculator. Okay, that is okay, no problem. Into this we return a b. Here we check if b is equals to 0, throw illegal, return a divided by b. Then go into the testing. We need to enter inside the JUnit test. Wait a minute, what do we have here? Jupyter. So we need to import. Do we need to import this, or it's automatically there? I don't think we need to import that. So we're going to have something called calculator class test, which is going to be inside the testing. This is main, and then this is test. Inside here we're going to have calculator. So calculator test, and then yep, we need to test that. Now let's first see what's going on. Now this is going to, we're not returning anything, so it's void test add. Okay, we need to test add, and then we need to test divide. But first we need to annotate this with test, add test. Okay, and then we create a new instance of that calculator result, and then we add, make sure we get the calculator.add, then we add this 2, then we assert equals, put what we needed to do, and then we result. All right, so the thing that I learned is we need double A, which is assert something, arrange, assert, and what? Let me see. Arrange, assert, and what? Arrange, assert, arrange, act, assert. Okay, arrange, act, assert. So this is gonna be arrange, act, assert. Alright, so here let's create a void. We're gonna say we are testing the add, and then we need to do this. Make sure we annotate this with add test. It's going to be coming from Jupyter. That is okay. We test that, and then we create a new instance of the calculator class. Calculator is equals to new calculator. Okay, then from there we need to create result, but not really a result. Let me see, what are we creating after that? Oh, int result should return. Okay, this should be an integer as well. So arrange, prepare the test data, then we act, execute the method, and then we assert, verify the result. All right. Okay, so this is what is that? Arrange, which is going to be arrange the test data. Okay, the next thing is going to be act, which is execute the command. act, which is execute the command. And then now here we need to create an integer called result that will take in the calculator dot add, which takes in two instances, A and B. So let's say we are adding A and B as 5 and 3. Then finally we assert what is the assert doing. The assert is going to verify the result of the execution. Okay, something like that. The result of the execution, and the result of the execution should return what? What are we returning as our result, right? Result is equals to calculate that. So we're going to have assert equals. We can have result dot assert equals. I don't know if we have that. Let me see. Assert equals. Why am I not seeing it? Assert equals. What's this? Import this method. Okay, we need to import this from that API. Assert equals, we are asserting the result. It should be 8, and then we pass in the result. Okay, I think that is okay with the first test solution. Okay, that's what we are testing. Let me see. Let me just understand. The next one is going to be void divide. So we're just going to say divide test or test divide. Let's just say test divide. Test the divide. See if it gets the job done. So first we need to prepare a range, which is going to prepare the test data. Then now we are going to have our class called calculator, a new instance of it, new calculator. Then finally we need to create result, which is going to be that is going to be our second A, which is act. Okay, I just want to include this so I don't forget it. Act is going to be execute command, execute the command, and executing the command we're gonna have the result is equals to calculator dot divide, which is going to take in 2, let's say 6 divided by 3, and then we assert. So assert, which is verify the result, and then finally we can say assert equals, we need to say the result of this division is 2, and then let's pass in the result. Okay, now we need to annotate this as well as a test. Then that should do it. What else? Now here we need to test divide by 0, which throws exception. Okay, I don't want to type all that, so let's do that. I'm gonna have this as a test, and then we're going to have this, but this should be void. It's not returning anything. Okay, I think that is it. Right, I think that is it. Then finally we can also, arrange as usual. Arrange, which is preparing prepare the test data. Yep. You see why I repeated it? So that it sticks in my mind. Okay, now we are running the test data. We create calculator. Calculator is equals to new instance of calculator. All right, new instance of calculator. Then from there we need to now act, which is executing the command. Executing or execute the command or the code or whatever. This is where we need to create an int result. Now here's the thing, we have a problem. Let me see here. We just have to create this and then we assert that an execution is thrown. So we're not dividing anything, that's why we don't have to include that. So here we just have to assert it straight. So assert that an execution is thrown. Assert throws, then we get the illegal argument exception dot class. We'll create this new. I don't think this is a map or something. This is like a function, but I don't get it. This is kind of confusing. Hey, what's good, bro? How are you doing, my brother? I'm teaching myself unit testing, all right, with Spring Boot. So assert throws, we have illegal argument exception dot class. Then this is, we need to pass in this function or this method, calculated or divide, and we need to divide it by 0. So that's the only time we shall get that. So here we prepare the test data. We are not executing anything, so we don't have to include this line. So, but not in this line. We're just going to pass it, and then we're going to go to assert. We're going to assert this. So we verify the method throws an illegal argument exception, right? In case of 0. So let's go ahead and do that. We're gonna go ahead and say assert throws. This is assert equals, we need assert throws. Assert throws, we're gonna get the illegal argument exception class, and then we're going to have this lambda function. I think this is a lambda function if I'm not mistaken. Yep, this is gonna be a lambda function. It's gonna take in the calculator dot divide method, and then we try to divide 10 divided by 0, and then it should actually return that error. This should throw an exception if that is true. I don't know if this is true, but let's see. Yep, argument constructor, that is it. Fine, bro, good luck. I use Node most likely, but I have no idea what the code you're writing, so I use Node.js too, but I switched to Java with Spring Boot. What I'm writing right now, I'm writing a test. You know, I'm doing testing. I know you haven't yet started doing testing, bro, because I don't think they really teach it that much with Node.js. I haven't seen people doing so much testing with Node.js, you know. I haven't seen people really pushing on the testing thing. So let's see. This marks it as a method as a test, and then this is the AAA pattern, which is arrange, act, assert, organize your tests. Assert equals checks if the two values are equal. Assert throws verifies an exception is thrown. Introduction to Mockito. Now imagine a user service that depends on. Now how are we going to do that? Can we try to run this? Can we try to run that? Let's see, run test divide. See that unit testing. Test case has passed. That is beautiful. If we come here right now, you see, we have a method. The first method is going to take in two parameters, which are of type integers, all of them. Now we're gonna have a and b, a plus b, right? And the second one is taking in the same integers, but we are dividing. But here we are first checking on if b is 0, that means if the second part here is 0, then go ahead and throw an exception, illegal argument exception, which is an error, like, hey, you cannot divide that number with a 0. So we are testing here to verify if our method is actually doing what it's supposed to do. But let's test add and see. Let's test add. So test add has passed. That is cool. Now let's test that this throws an exception. Yeah, all the test cases have passed. So we can now go and get introduced to Mockito. So what are we learning from here? What I've learned so far is that everything where, like, let's say I want to test a method, I need to annotate it with this test annotation first. And secondly, I don't think there are methods that return stuff, so most of them will always be void. Now I have a name that is the test method name. Then here is the first a, right? We have to use a pattern called AAA, right? So let me call this the triple A pattern. Yeah, which stands for arrange, act, and assert. That's what we need. That's how we need to arrange our test cases. I think something like that. All right, we're gonna keep it like. I like this syntax of Go. You know, I don't know. For some reason, it just looks good. Hey, what did he say? Why not just use Node? It's simpler and easier. Not really, bro. The point is not about the simplicity. The point is about having to learn something that makes you stand out, and also something that prepares you for the industry. At the same time, a language that is stable and is enterprise level, because you will be highly employable compared to a monster dev. I'm telling you, if you have time in your hand, it's your best bet to invest in learning a language that is strongly typed, industry level, and is enterprise, and can get you jobs far compared to monster developers. Right now, if you go and check right now on like what are the platforms, like things like LinkedIn, you just go and search for jobs, say monster, you find a gazillion jobs, but you'll also find a quintillion number of developers applying for it. So if you compare that, you find out that, bro, you cannot stand out, right? But if you look at Spring Boot, it's obvious there are like so many jobs, yes, but there are less developers willing to do the hard job. So for you to stand out, you gotta do the hard thing. So that is why I took the best bet to teach myself Spring Boot. I know Monster. I can't lie to you. I even have a lot of projects in Monster. If you just check my stuff, I have a lot of projects with Monster. Full Monster. Even with Burn, I've gone ahead to teach myself Burn, Docker, Kubernetes, and goddamn AWS. And bro, I've literally taught myself a lot of stuff. So yeah, I'm also willing to learn Node.js. What advice or tips would you like to give me? What mistakes in your eye I should avoid while learning Node or coding in Node? I'm not good enough to give advices. I need myself. But if you want to use Node and get better, just do more projects as much as you can. And use AI to help you. Facts. I can show you guys one of my code bases that is running in Node in a minute. Let me just pause this so that it doesn't consume my stuff. I can show you guys what my projects that are running in Node. Let me stop this for a minute. Show you guys. Alright, let me go ahead and showcase. This is Filthy Wave. Nope, let me go with Filthy Store first. Let me show you guys. So, as you guys can see, this is literally what is this? Release notes for 20 Visual Studio Code. Oh, there's an update. Oh, that's cool. Can I update it? Can I update? Oh, it's already. Oh, there are currently no updates available. All right, no problem. So as you guys can see, this is a controller, right? That is uploading. We are getting a pre-signed URL. This is taking things direct to S3 bucket, right? Then this is the keys controller. I'll show you guys the application in a minute, right? But I've literally like coded a lot in. Let me just open this so I can show you guys. Oh my goodness. Okay. CD backend ban. I'm using ban here, ban dev, and then CD frontend ban dev as well. Okay. Now on the back end here, let me expand this again. Let me say docker compose. First, let me check docker ps. Okay, there's no daemon running. I need to open docker. Would you mind telling me how much months or years are you familiar with Node? Or you're asking that guy? Okay, that's cool. But for my case, is 4 months. I only spent 4 months learning Node. Docker ps. Now let's see how many containers we have. Okay, we have less containers. Ban dev. Oh, let me kill this for a sec. Let me now say docker compose up in detach mode. Okay, that is running. Now let me go ahead and run this frontend. HTTP frontend. Okay, that's a flashbang, bro. Now let me go and put this to dark mode. I don't want to stress you guys, but yeah, as you guys can see, this, yeah, you've seen that I'm an original front-end developer just trying to get into backend. Okay, yeah, I've seen that profile React or Spring Boot is the most wanted. Yeah, for sure. So this is, as you guys can see, this looks like it's something easy, but it's not. First, let me try to play this. Yo, you guys can't believe I made that beat, right? Because one thing people don't know about me is that I'm a music producer too. I'm a music producer as well as a programmer. So I made that beat, and I make beats as well. Anyways, I digress. Let me get straight into it. Let me show you guys what the application is all about. Let me get into the dashboard so I can show you guys what's happening. Now, this are just placeholder content. This dashboard is from ShadCN. I don't really like so much front-end code, but I do front-end as well, but I do not like writing so much front-end code. Now, this is just a placeholder thing. Later, I can change this to like the total sales I make from this application. So this application, the essence of this application is for selling beats as a music producer. You can list your beats on here and you can sell them to artists by either sending the link direct to the artist to purchase the beat from you, or you can get the link and then add it to your YouTube description, like for your type beat channel. If I can just go to YouTube, I have another YouTube channel. I have actually a lot of YouTube channels. I have, yes, this exact YouTube channel that you guys are seeing this on, not the one I'm streaming on. The one I'm streaming on is for music is for programming. But if I can just go here, matter of fact, let me open this channel so I can show you guys. And then I go to videos and I click on most popular. You see, like, these beats there are certain beats here that I've sold, that I've made some good money from. Like you can see, this one is it hit 5.7K. This beat also made 3.7K, 3.3K. This is 3K, this is 3K. Yeah, like literally I've been making some good money with this channel, right? So how do I make the money? Now, I can go like here and then select, let's say my beats here. And I can literally just let me first go here. I show you. I can easily like change one of these ones to like, let's say share. Let's say if I click share, that will take the link to the bid that I want to sell. Let's say the bid is like $29.99. Then I can link it just in the description of this here. Currently I'm using a paid platform called BidStars to sell my bids, because my application is still under development. But once my application is ready, then I'll use it to sell my bids. So I can just easily come here and then just add the link to my bid to the description, and then pin it or whatever. And rappers, once they get my bid, like you can see the way it has blown up to like 5,000, almost 6,000 people have seen it. Out of 6,000 people, if only 3 or 5 artists out of 6,000 people and obviously there is no way 6,000 people can see it and not one person decides to buy it. There's no way. So obviously you will have sales here and there, even if you get like 10 sales or 5 sales, 3 sales, because this is a list, right? You're selling this bid as many times to people, so intermediate or advanced. Oh, you're asking that guy. Okay, so definitely you'll make sales. So that's how I market my bids. And as you can see, this is here. We can just go ahead and add this to cart, and then this will redirect us to where we can pay and all that stuff. You can pay with card or Cash App or Amazon Pay. All that stuff is handled by my application. So let me go ahead and just try to add. Let me say I want to add, let's say, test kit. Description, I'm just gonna say test for YouTube stream. Okay, something like that. What's going on here? I can say price. I normally sell my bids at $29.99, right? At almost $30, but once you make it as $29.99, kind of looks premium. I don't know. That's just me. I like to sell my bids like that. So I can just come here and then select, let's say the bid I want to sell. Let me go to this. Let me go to documents or music. Yep. The first one, yep. Then I go to beats. Let's say I want to sell this beats called Boss Moves. Let me try Okay, something like that. So let's say I select that bid, and next thing I'll do is just select an image for that bid. So I'm just gonna go here and pick out, let's say I want to use this picture of Drake. Oh, I think, let me see, I have a picture of Future somewhere, but let me just use Drake's picture for now. All right, just gonna pick Drake's picture. Then let me inspect this so you guys can see properly what's going on. Let me open the console. All right, let me just click upload. You see what's happening. This is multi-part upload. As you can see, the kit is already uploaded. Now if I go to my AWS S3 bucket, is the audio and the image have been stored in S3 bucket, and only the URLs of the audio and the URL of the image have been stored in my database, including the metadata of the bid, right? Which is the information about the price, the title, yeah, and all that. They're stored in the database. Now if I click on drum and loop kits here, you see this will take a minute because this is, yep. Now boom, we have that. We have another. We can add as many bits as we can, right? And that's just it. Literally, that's how easy it is. Now you can come here and then add to cart, right? And it's straight. For some reason I put this as add to cart. It's actually supposed to be buy now, because I want here, right? This is drums and loop kits. These are only going to be sounds, not beats. The beats will be here, okay? This will be for the beats, and then this side is for the producers to buy from you. This is for rappers to buy from you. Rappers can buy a basic list, they can buy a premium list, they can buy an exclusive license, right? So a basic list is like $29.99, you know, different tiers of the same beat. Now there are different reasons why you need like 3 or 4 or 5 tiers of the same beat. Now here, as you can see, the premium license that I'm selling is like $100. Now it's going for, if artist wants the wave and the MP3 file, yeah, then you can get that. Now the full rights, they can pay like $500. And trust me, artists can pay more than what you see here. There is so much money in the music industry, I promise y'all. So if I say add to cart, you can see basic mask of basic art is added to cart. Now all these ones, you can see I'm using this placeholder image for now, all right, for development. But once everything is in production, I'm using Stripe. No, I'll show you what I'm using in a second. Mask off. Then let's say I want to also add this Trap Galaxy. I can add the exclusive ride, and then you see it will show you exclusive ride has been added to cart. Now that's just it. Now the text tag, I'll talk about the text tag in a second. But as you can see here, let's say add to cart. It's supposed to be, you know, buy. I'm lazy to change that. That's how much I hate front end. All right, now as you can see, this is something called Dodo Payments. I'm using Dodo Payments. It's a Stripe wrapper, but it's very organized and cleaner than Stripe. Let me log into Dodo Payments so you guys can see. It's cleaner than Stripe in my opinion, bro. I'm just gonna go ahead and add login. Let me see. It's cleaner than Stripe. So as you can see, this is still in test mode, right? I can change it here to live mode. Now, bro, for you to get verified is literally like a hassle. I can't lie to you guys. But I'm already verified though. Like as soon as I go live with my application, all I have to do is just turn this to live mode and then change the credentials to whatever. You get it? So I don't have to stress. Yeah. So it's a Stripe wrapper. It's a Stripe wrapper, but it's more of an MOR, which is merchant of records. It's actually safer than Stripe, if you ask me. Is this view from development or production mode? Yeah, this is from test mode, and then this is live mode. But I haven't like used live mode yet. I'm still under development yet. But once I go live, I can just turn this to get live, and then I change the keys. Yes, I change the private whatever those keys in the .env and call it a day. So after that, I think I should keep it open, right? I think I should keep it open so you guys can see what's happening. Now let's go to the checkout. In the checkout section here, you can use your Cash App or you can use Amazon Pay, but I love to use card. Let's get the test card for success. You can even test for failure if you want to. Test for success, and then that's the card number. We can take the expiry date and then just add it here, and then the CVC is actually supposed to be CVV. I don't know why these guys have it as CVC. I don't know. Anyways, that is that, and then the card name holder is just the success card. I'm just gonna go ahead and take it like this, call it this. Now pay. Now you see what will happen afterwards. Boom, success, and in a minute you can see we have this success, and then we are getting redirected. So after that, after showing that success thing, then you'll get redirected to a custom page that you create. I'm too lazy, right? I'm actually supposed to beautify this because somebody has spent money on you, my boy. You don't gotta be lazy. I'm just lazy, you get. But yeah, this gets the job done at the end of the day. Thanks for the purchase. Please check your email to download your kit. So after this, you know, the users can now check their email, or they'll get an email straight after the purchase using the webhooks that, hey, you've made a purchase, and boom, 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 you can just get a download button that's just going to read something like download, and then boom, you can download whichever thing that you ordered for. And that's just it. Literally, that's the essence of the entire platform. This application is just left with something small for me to go live with it. Literally something small. Most things are just like you know, I'm just lazy. But yeah, that is to show you that I have a strong foundation in Node.js, so I don't really like want to use Node.js, but I would love to use it for my applications really. But professionally, I would love to code in how do I call it, in Java and Spring Boot. So that's just basically it, right? That means you have good understanding of system design. Yeah. Of course. So you were asking about the architecture. I think I have the plan somewhere. I think I planned out the architecture somewhere here. Let me just break down this entire thing. I think I have the architecture somewhere. It's called eraser.io, if I'm not mistaken. I wrote down the architecture somewhere. Matter of fact, I have this Docker thing still running, so let me take it down. Let me take this Docker down, delete forever. And we're just gonna create it later. Alright, I think I have the architecture somewhere. Filter store architecture. Yeah, that's the architecture. Hopefully, okay. Yep, this is the architecture. So let me show you what's happening here. This is the entire architecture that I planned out. It's actually still in a monolith. Later, as I get so much traffic, or as my application grows, I can, chop it down into microservices, and then I'll now use microservices architecture. That's why I can even like convert certain things into Spring Boot, right? Because Spring Boot is more performant than Node.js. So it will reach to a point where certain parts of my application will be running in Spring Boot. Things like authentication can run with Node.js. I don't mind. Because then I'll show you guys. Let me start with the tech stack first. Now, here's the tech stack that I'm using for that application. It's simple, right? The front end stack is easy. I have BetterAuth. If you guys know what BetterAuth is an open source authentication framework that is developed by a man actually, because he's a great guy, right? Some guy called Barakat Ndiga or whatever. He's from Ethiopia, but he's currently in SF San Francisco. Obviously, he I think he got funded $5 million. That's crazy for an open source platform, bro. God damn, but he's doing great. So it is what it is. Now we are using Next.js for the front end, styling Tailwind with shardcn. Language is TypeScript. Runtime is Bun. Now that's just it for the front end. I don't know if I'm missing anything. Back end, I'm using BetterAuth as well for protecting the routes and authentication, because basically the authentication is in the back end, and then the front end is just getting what we give on the back end. The framework is Express, right? The runtime is Bun. Now, this is why most people get it confused, right? Bun is a runtime, just like Node.js, but it's a better runtime compared to Node.js, because Bun is super fast, and Bun compiles to native code compared to Node.js itself, in a better way. So that's just it. Once you start using Bun, you'll understand what I mean. Now, this is a language. I'm using TypeScript, obviously. The ORM, which is the object relational mapper, is Prisma. The storage, we have database, which is PostgreSQL. The storage is S3 bucket. And we have Recent for sending emails. My application can literally send emails. So I'm using Recent for emails. I think that is that for the architecture. And yeah, for the tech stack, and then the entire architecture is here. Yeah, there's a lot involved, but I don't think I'm gonna get into all this. You get, because y'all will just get confused. Let's just leave it at that, my boys. So that is that, man. So next time if you ask me about Node.js, my boy, I know Node.js. Relax, okay? I'm just trying to learn a whole different language. Okay, now imagine a user service that depends on a user repository. We have this, okay, ID name and string name, email name, constructor. Okay, that is okay. We have getters and setters. And next thing we need interface. An interface, user repository interface. It gets the user, find by ID, takes the ID, void save. Then we get user, and then finally private user repository. Then we have a constructor. And then we have get user by ID, return ID, then boolean is email valid, return email is not equal to null, and email.contains at. Okay, that is it. How long it took you to learn Node.js? It took me 3 months. I was literally like every single day for 3 months. That's 90 days straight without skipping. 90 days straight without, that's crazy. Without skipping, bro. 90 days straight without skipping. That's how much time I put. And for React took me like 2 weeks. JavaScript, the normal JavaScript took me 2 months. So 2 months for normal JavaScript on the front end, 2 weeks for React, 3 weeks while I was doing Next.js. So I don't know how I can convert these ones 3 and 2 weeks. Let's just say 4 months for front end, 3 months for back end. So like 7 months in total, almost a year, right? That's just it. I'm almost done with the semester and I want to get into monster, but yeah, for sure you need to, bruh. But I feel like it depends on your speed though. Like how much time, like most of the times I get lazy. Like sometimes you guys can even see from how many times I go live. Sometimes I just don't be having anything going on. I just be on my phone, just bored as hell. Sometimes I'm just gaming. So if you really want it that bad, you'll always find time for something you want to do. So that's basically it. That's what I'm gonna say. So I don't understand why this code is not complex, but it is testable, and that's what we want to do. So yeah, give me a second, boys. Let me go for short call. All right, just give me a second. Oh, what's good, my brothers? Hey, man, thank you guys for holding me up, bruh. Y'all are the reason why I keep this grind going, bruh. You feel me? Anyways, I don't know what question you guys asked. Oh, you're still talking about the monster. Okay. When are you finishing your semester, bruh? Mine, I still have a long way to go, bruh. We just started. I think now is this our 5th week. So yeah, this is week number 5. Alright, let's see what's happening here in this testing. Bro, there's a way like object-oriented programming is super nice, bro. Like if I look at this code right now, I promise you, right? If I did not put in time to make my code modular, it's hard to understand what's happening. I swear. How long? It's hard to understand what's happening. There's like a gazillion things happening, right? Let me just go here and I'll show you. This is inside the source folder. We have the routes. I have the middlewares. I didn't include any middleware for now. We have the auth.ts and yeah, the auth is kind of complex for some reason. The auth has grown. But I still understand what's happening. It's crazy complex for that. We have this is a Prisma. This is the S3 client. Okay. We have the controller, biz controller. I didn't include anything in there yet. No problem. This is for creating the bead. Then this is the card controller. What else? We have the this is the main part. This is the big part of the application, which is for kids yet because we are still dealing with kids. And then this is for uploading to S3 bucket. For payments, yeah, this is okay. That is interesting. Because Better Auth is handling most of the payments thing, so I'm not really stressed about it. As you guys can see, let me show you guys how Better Auth is handling that. If I go to Auth in a minute inside the lib folder, you can see this plugin Dodo Payments is a plugin that you just add to your Better Auth plugins, and then it handles everything, right? This is why Better Auth is like crazy good. It handles most of the stuff. Like you just have to add this in order to allow Google authentication, and this, just only that, and then this to just allow your database to, Better Auth to talk to your PostgreSQL. That is that, and then this is to receive the webhooks. That is just it for that. I don't think there's a lot, but I can say, like, bro, this is confusing it's hard to read. But if you look at here, the object oriented thing, you can tell it's like, okay, this class handles this class handles that. Simple as that. So yeah, that's just my opinion, but I love both languages. I love Java better. Okay, let's see. Private user repository, fake repository. Oh, so this is a fake. This is mocking the fake repository. Now I understand it. Now, private user service. Now, before each void setup, we have Mockito annotations.openMocks. This initialize mocks. Okay, and then we have to mock the user service, right? User service equals a new user service user repository. Oh god. Oh, so we now have arrange, act, and assert. So here we have the user, mock user is equals to new user 1L. This is going to be John, and then the email. When user repository dot find by ID, then we pass in 1L, then return a mock user. Then the result is equals to user service dot get user by ID, or this is where you return the result. Okay, then assert not null result, and then assert equals John, and then result of get name, which will be John. Assert equals the email, then get email. Oh, this is interesting. Verify the repository was called. Verify is a repository times one dot find by ID one. So this is now the test. Void test is valid email, or is email valid? What is this? Is valid email. Assert true user service dot is valid email, pass in the test email, and then here false, we pass in the invalid email. Then here is false, we pass in null, and then the test cases will be that. Alright. Testing SpringBoot service layer. Oh, so wait, hold on. What are we testing here? We are testing with Mockito, and then what else? Testing SpringBoot service layer. Oh, we can now test the service layer like this. Testing SpringBoot annotations. Bro, testing is kind of hard though. I don't know. I just feel like it's kind of hard. Oh god. I just have to put in work to understand this. Right now, it's kind of confusing. No doubt in Java is a win, bro. I still see many companies prefer Spring Boot compared to other stacks for backend. Yeah, for sure, man. I promise you, right? The time that I'm spending right now, because I promise, if I had spent this much time on like getting in depth with Node.js and like building crazy projects and like applying for jobs, I can secure one. Like, I promise you guys. But currently, I'm not stressing so much for it because I want to upskill myself. I want to stand out and just try something new. You get? Because for one, is that with Java, right? It's easy to get like a high-paying job compared to Node.js. I promise you guys. So right now, I'd rather get like a crazy good job that I would not want to move out from, than to get a job and then next week I'm kicked out. You understand? Because it's like, bro, it's easy for master developers to just be replaced, bro. I think competition will be low because these days people are chasing trends. You're right. For real, bro. You couldn't say it any more clearer, man. Like a lot of people are just chasing trends. And to make it worse, they're chasing trends that are not even doing anything. Like a lot of people, people have been chasing this like Next.js trend, right? I just built a full stack application on Next.js. It's like Next.js, first of all, you have to host it on Vercel, whether you want it or not. And Vercel is serverless. Now, anything that is serverless, that means as soon as you just try to goddamn run like crazy applications with it, you'll now incur a lot of, like, your money will just pile up straight because you're using a serverless thing. It's not bad, but at the same time, like, bro, if you don't know what you're doing, don't try Next.js. I swear to God, you better keep Next.js for just front end, and you just have a separate backend, and then just use Node.js and Express for a separate backend. That's my advice, for real. I like this guy, bro. I don't know if you guys watch this guy. I literally like this guy's content. I swear to God. This guy is just like, he's the GOAT. This guy has been trying to rebuild Twitter for 2 years, bro. This guy, he's doing it though, because his content is clean, bro. I love his content. Yeah, this is just my For You page, bro. Like, my For You page is just coding stuff. And this is the next guy that I like too. This guy, Primagen. I like Primagen too. Okay. Alright, so let's see what to do now. Mockito and all that stuff for now, I don't know. I think I just have to do so much research on that, which is gonna be hard, like doing it on stream, because then it will like take so much of our time. I'd rather we start with something small like a task manager, then we'll build up, because this is how I wanted it to be. Matter of fact, this was supposed to be down. So we can start with a task manager, and then we include roles like admin and users. Then a task manager, like you can create a task, you can delete a task, and that is just it, really. Then we can now start pushing to GitHub, because like I showed you guys earlier, my GitHub has been very dry, bro. Yeah, for sure. Primagen is a good. So far, no one I got who gives better tech advice than, for real. And the thing is, his spirit is just very cool, like, like he's a crack developer though. There's nothing you can say about him. That guy is a goat. That guy knows, I think, almost 5 languages or something, low-level languages, and he's just super chill. He likes Go, he likes Rust, he likes languages that can scare you, right? And he's super fast. Like, I think he's the fastest typist, right? The other time he said it's like 150 words per minute. I'm like, what? The 150, that part, I didn't even reach it, because my typing speed is just the slowest. Yeah, so that is it. That guy is too bad, bro. It's too bad. I respect him, bro. And that's my role model. I want to be like him one day, for real. All right, so I think now we should start. Let me open GitHub. I need to start pushing my code to GitHub. So we need to build like a fully functional application, backend application. I don't know why. Should we create a full stack? I think it should be a backend application. We can call it a task manager. I don't know if it should be a task manager. I just want us to start small, then build up, then start complex, and then build down. That won't make sense. So we can start with this, and then probably add admin and roles. I don't know. Or we can start it as a plain task manager, and then later on build on it to add the admins and roles, because we are already having knowledge on this. And then later we can expand more on Spring Security, where we can add the OAuth 2, which is open authentication like Google and GitHub and all that stuff. So yeah, now I need to start building my streak now. You get it? So every day when we come online, we shall do DSA first. Like the first 1 hour or 30 minutes will be DSA. The second 1 hour or 2 hours, I specifically want to be coding for 1 to 2 hours every day, coding. And then DSA, I think DSA coding is 10. So every day I want to put in at least 3 hours. every single day. So if I can calculate it, right? If I can calculate 3 hours every single day from now until the year ends, that is 3 hours times times 7 days, or let's say 6 days, because I don't want to weekends. I want to relax on weekends, like Sunday. I want to be chill on Sundays. I'll say 6 days. 3 hours is 18 hours. I think 18 hours should be enough, bro. 18 hours, then multiplied by how many? 4, because it's 7 days, which is 6 days and weeks. Yeah, so we shall have 72 hours in a month, which is not bad, right? I don't think that's a lot though. You get it. But we shall see how it goes. And I need to be feeling this one. So today is 17th. What is this? Today I need to fill this gap. So the entire week I need to fill this one up to a green one. So we're going to build an application with the purpose to push it to our GitHub. So let's go ahead and do it. We're going to call it a task manager, and we shall be building on it, right? Task manager. Ooh. I don't think I need to call it task manager. That name is so average, bro. I don't know. I'm just gonna call it my task, or filthy task. Yeah, I like to brand it like that. Filthy task. And then Maven. Okay, let's put it at 20. So I need to know the things that I need to include, right? So I'm just gonna say take all these, and I'm not gonna add any dependencies for now, because I want to just grab the dependencies that are already there in my application. So that is that, to save time. Alright, so we're just gonna create a simple task manager. We want to finish the entire backend for it. Now I need to just come here and then grab the pom.xml that is coming from Spring Security. No, let me just go ahead and grab this pom.xml. Let's grab this and close this down. Go here, replace this. I think there are some names I need to replace for real, like here. Like here, I need to replace this with task manager, filthy task. Okay, copy this, copy there. Alright, I don't know what else we need to add. Okay, this is all okay. Let's replace it. Alright, that should do it for all the dependencies. I don't think there's anything we're missing out on. Okay, typos, where highlight all the problems. Nah, I don't care about the typos. It's all good. We need to add the Docker Compose, because I use Docker Compose mainly, so I'm just gonna say compose YAML, but let me just make it Docker Compose compose.yaml. Alright, and I'm just gonna select the compose YAML that I already have in that application. I don't want to stress myself, so let's go ahead and just grab the compose YAML that we already have. Okay, let me just go here, compose, and next thing I need to just add the application resources or application properties. Go back here, application properties. I just need to grab I don't think we need this for now, so I'm just gonna take this, copy, then finally remove that. Okay, so now as you can see, we have this is rhyming with what we have in the Docker Compose. So if you guys want me to explain this real quick, what this YAML is doing is pulling the latest image of Postgres from the Docker Hub, and then we are just mapping the current the current port, which is 5432, with the external 5432 of Postgres, and then we need the Docker Compose to always start up when we just to restart it when we when we remove it by mistake. And this is just going to be our credentials, the username and the password. If you don't include this by default, Postgres will give you something like PG admin something, and then the password will be PG admin something like that. But we want to just give it we want to give it ourselves. We don't want Postgres to create that for us. So that is that. Yeah, I think that is that. Now the last thing, and just need to create a folder structure for what we need. We're gonna need models. We're gonna use MVC as usual. We're gonna need models. We're gonna need services. Then we're gonna need controllers. I have 3 controllers, and we're gonna need config for the security config, and we're gonna need global exception handler, and we are gonna need repositories. We're gonna need repositories. Okay, that is that. I think that is gonna make it. Okay, let me just rename this. This should start with a small g, just like that. Alright, so I think that is it. Unless there's anything else we need to add, we shall add it. Now the models, we are starting with a task. Since we have it at task manager, let's also call everything task. But first we need to create we need to create a class. We're gonna call it task. Okay, that is the task. We need to create a DTO, which is the data transfer object, and we need to create this as entities, right? So inside this DTO, I need to just create this, and we're gonna say create task DTO. Now what's going on there? We need to create this as a class, right? For some reason it's create task DTO. Yep, that is it. It's supposed to be a record actually. And then we can have this. Oh god. Okay, we can have that, and we need to get a response as well. So we're gonna say task response DTO. We're supposed to create it as a class, my bad. Yeah, as a record actually. So this is gonna be task response DTO, what is returned from the task response. And lastly, we need to just create entities here. So I'm gonna call these entities, and we're just gonna carry this inside the entities and refactor this, and then we can have such a clean thing. Now the last thing we need to add is also API. I'm just gonna call this API, no, inside the DTO rather, because this is going to create it's going to be a record, and we need an API response error. We need a clean response error from our API, so we are going to keep it as a record. Yeah, that is good folder structure. Then boom, that is it for the models. Now here we need to create a global exception handler. Global exception handler, and we are going to create two custom exceptions. So we're going to call this exception. This is going to be resource not found exception. Or we can just keep it as resource not found, and there will be exception, and also the conflict exception. Resource conflict exception. Yep, resource not found exception, resource conflict exception. So let's just keep it resource conflict. That is that for that. And then lastly, or second last or third last or whatever, we need to create controls. So this is going to be task controller. Let's just keep task controller, and we need to create security config, which is a security configuration, but call it security config. And we need to create this as repository. Now the repository is an interface, so we need to call this I task repository, and that is that. Finally the service. Nope. Finally the service. Now the service is going to be a task service. Alright, so now we have the entire folder structure. Close all tabs. We have the entire folder structure. Now we can start with the security config because then it's easier. We just call this configuration. It's easier to deal with. Then I do not think we need to worry about anything else apart from just creating this. We need to create a bin, and then we need to create a security. Let's say public. Then we're gonna have security filter chain. We need to create a security filter chain, and we're just gonna call this a security filter chain, just like that. It's going to take security, HTTP security, right? HTTP security, and it's just gonna be HTTP. In case of any error, it will go ahead and throws exception, and then we can work with this. Finally, we can just return http.build, and that is that. We can just go ahead and add the configuration that we need. So we can pick the http dot. First, we need to make sure we disable this cross-site resource forgery, and then we're gonna need the abstract http configurer, which is here. We're gonna map it with disable, then that is going to be that. Finally, we just need to allow requests, right? So we need to call this as authorize HTTP requests, and then inside here we're going to call this auth, and then we create a lambda call auth. This lambda call auth, we're going to have this. We're going to have auth dot any request, or we can have request matches, but for now we just say permit all the requests. And finally, this is going to be it. Now just right here, right below this, we also need to include HTTP basic, so that we can make HTTP calls with our postman. Let's just say customizer defaults, and that is it. So that is all we need to do inside the security config for now. Good. Now the next thing that I'm going to do is go inside the exception handler. I need to just handle these exceptions real quick, but let's go inside the DTO first so that we can see what we need to get from that. First, we need to get a string. We need to get a message. So a message should be a string, and then we need a path, the HTTP path or the URL. And then lastly, we need int, should be the status code. It can be 44404 or 400 or 500, whatever. Then lastly, we need local date time, and then we're gonna call this timestamps. Or we can just keep it as timestamps like this. Okay, I think that is that. Now that's the structure of our response. Our response will start with the image, will show us the path, the message, what the error is, and then the area where the error is included, the status code of the error, and then the timestamp when the error occurred. Now the last thing here, inside the exception handler, we need to just give this as a REST controller advice, annotated like that. And then finally, we're just going to have here as exception handler, and it's going to take a method argument. We're going to have method, we can have this as a method, but let's just keep this first public. We get the response entity. Response entity is going to take our API response that we created, right? API response error, that is what we created, and then we're going to say handle validation errors. This is going to be validation exceptions. Okay, validation exceptions, and that is going to be the first form of errors. Now this is going to be our method argument not valid exception. Yep, not valid exception dot class, and then we call the same method argument not valid, and we call it x. We call it x as exception, and then we also get the request http request servlet request as request. Now that is going to be it. Finally, we just need to create a new here for this one we can create a new hash map. So here is going to be a map that is going to take a string and a string, we're going to call this errors or field errors, whatever, and we're just going to say new, give us a new hash map. And then finally we can just say get the x that we have dot get binding result. We get all errors. Then for each error, go ahead and grab one error out of that, or each error, and then now we need to create a string here. We're just gonna call this as the field name, or the field, let's say field name is equals to, now here we're gonna grab the field errors, and then go ahead and say, hey, using that error, give me the field that I need. And finally, we're just going to say, give us the error message. We're going to call it message so that our code can be readable. Oh God, is equals to error that we have dot get default message. And then finally, we can have errors that we have here dot put, and then we can put the field name and the error message. And that is that. But we have an issue here, right? Because then we need to create an API response error is equals to new, API response error, we can just call it API response error as well, is equals to a new instance of that API response error. And what are we going to create inside this is what we are going to use, right? Close this off and open this up. Now here we need to get the message, right, which is what we have there. First we're going to have ex.getMessage, right, comma, and then we need to now get the path, right, like we just put it here in our DTO. As you can see in our DTO, we have the message, we have the path, we have the status, so that's what we're going to respect. We have the message, path. Okay, now the path, we are getting it from the request.get URI, request URI, and then now the status is going to be HTTP status dot, this is going to be now bad request, and give us the value of that bad request, and the local date time will be dot now, no, not from, dot now. And finally, that is it. Now we need to just say return a new instance of the response entity, then go ahead and just give us the API error and the HTTP status code dot bad, not found, but bad request. Okay, I think you guys get the point. Now we've built that. Now we have an issue here because we are using errors, but we are not using errors here. So we need to be able to just come here and say string message is equals to, what are we getting, right? We're just going to say validation failed, right? Validation failed. We can just come here and say validation failed. It's like this. Then we append. Let's append the errors that we have. Dot key set. We need to get the key set of the errors, and then boom, we do not have any issue again. Now that is our first exception. Now the last one, we have just like 2 to 3 exception errors that we need to handle real quick, right? So that's the first thing I normally do. I always love to code this myself so that it can stick in my mind, you feel me? So the last thing, or the second last thing, obviously, we're gonna have exception handler here. Now we need the one where it's not found, right? When the resource is not found. So we're just gonna say resource not found dot class, and go ahead and create a new public entity, response entity. I'm just gonna create this once, then I'll copy the rest, right? And then we're going to have API response error. Then we're just gonna say handle resource not found. That is that. I think the way it is cool. Then we can have API response error. Then inside here, we just copy the same exact thing here. For this one, we now need to just call this as message rather than get message again. We just call this as message and then comma. Now we just need to copy this entire thing, paste it here. And we don't have message here. This one is now going to be x.getMessage. Get message, that is cool, but this one is not going to be by request. This is going to be not found value, and then we just close this off. Then we just complete it like this with resource not found. You guys get the point. Now we can just copy this down and repeat this for the conflict. We just change what we have there. So this is going to be for the conflict, resource conflict dot class, and then we can have here resource conflict. Yep. And then finally this is conflict value, and then this is going to be conflict. All right, I think that should do it. I think that should do it for this too. I don't think there's anything else we need to worry about here. Now lastly, we just need to create like in case of anything, we need to create just the 500, right? So this is just going to take the generic exception dot class, and then we can just create it public response entity. We can just actually copy the same exact thing here, and then we just change this to exception, and we change this to exception. Now this is going to be handle resource conflict exception, right? Resource conflict exception, something like that. Now this is resource not found exception. Okay, it's always good to have them descriptive, right? You can have handle generic exceptions, all right. And then this one is still going to be the same, but this is going to be bad, no, not bad, internal server error, and then we just remove one value from there. All right, then this is going to be internal server error, and then finally we can just log the error. Just right here we can log the error. All right, we can just log the error, log, which is this log.error, and then we get the error message. We say unhandled exception, then we just pass in this, then we say x.getMessage, then we just pass in that exception. Now that is that. I think that is it. I don't think there's anything else we need to worry about. Handle generic exception. Yep. So now we've built our entire exception. Here we are handling the bad requests. We are here handling resource not found. We are handling the conflict, and we are handling the internal server error. That is that. Well, let's go ahead and create this task, because I want, when I'm building my applications, I want to build them in a mature way, you know, not just some childish application or something, at least, you know. So let's just call this entity, and then finally we can just give this a table, and we give this a table name is just going to be tasks. Okay, now for the tasks, I also need to just give this as data, and then no arguments constructor, and that is it. Anything else like builder and stuff, we shall add them later. For now, this is okay. ID, and then we need generated value. We need a strategy for the generated value. Then we're gonna get the type as identity. Now let's go ahead and just say private long ID. This is gonna be ID. Now the next thing, for what do we need? We actually need a name, right? Private string title, which is going to be the title, then private string description. This stuff knows what I want. I'm going to keep it simple like that. Then we're going to have local date time, right? They created that and updated that. So private local date time, not deadline. This is going to be created at created that and updated that. I'm just going to copy this down, but first I need to annotate this with column. Inside this column will have a name, and we're going to call this created that, and then updatable should be false. We shouldn't be able to update this column, and then we need to annotate this with a creation timestamp. That is that. Go ahead and copy this down. We need to just change this to update timestamp, and this is going to be updated at. Then we just remove this updatable false. Okay, that is it. We just need to change this to updated at. Okay, lastly here we just need to give this a column just like this. I don't think we need all that. It's going to remove this. Okay, then this is going to be for the description, right? It's going to call this description, and I'm going to remove this. Okay, well, let me just copy this and paste it here, change this to title, and that is that. Really, now for this name, I think yes, okay, it can be the way it is. So this is it for our entities, and we have our DTOs. We need to just create this DTO. Now the task response, what we need to get from the user, we need to just respond with a string. We need to get back the ID. No, so let's start with the long. We need to get back the ID from the user, I mean from the task or whatever. We need to get the name, which is the title. So get back the title, and we need to get back the description, and we need to get the updated at, and local date time, updated at, created at, and let me put a comma here. Okay, and copy this down, just paste it and change this to updated at. Okay, I think that is that. Really, we need to remove this. Alright, that is that. This is what we need to get back from the user, I mean from the response. But what we need to create in our database, we need to only create this string title, and the string we need to create a description. Those are the two inputs that we shall get from the user. This description. Okay, those are the two inputs that we're going to be. Oh my god, what the hell is this fly doing, bro? Oh bro, I'm missing this shit, bro. God damn. Oh my goodness, bro, die, bro. Alright, whatever. So we are just going to get the string and the title and the description. That is all. Oh my god, kill this bitch, stressing me, bro. Anyways, we need to now come and add the validations here. This is not going to be blank, and message, we're going to say title is required. Okay, title is required, and finally the description also is required. Our description is optional, so we're going to keep it nullable, right? We can say, I think nullable, no, we can keep it the way it is, so it can be optional, right? So I think we can do it from this here. Description, I'm just gonna say here, nullable should be false. Now, but I think by default nullable is false, right? I don't think it is true by default. Let me first see. If I click nullable, by default is true, so I'm just gonna put it as false, and unique no. But here we can keep this as true. So if it's true, then we leave it out. Alright, so that means here we don't have to add any validations, but we can have a limit, right? We can have a limit of the characters. So we're just gonna say message minimum, right? Not minimum, we can just say maximum characters should be 500. So we're just going to say we have a message, and we're going to say maximum characters maximum characters. Description has, okay, let's say description has maximum, oh my god, maximum, maximum, oh my god, what's going on with me? Oh my god, maximum, what am I doing, bruh? Am I drunk? Maximum, okay, what is meow? Maximum characters has maximum characters of 500. Okay, let's just say that is that. And what else? Not blank and size. So let's also give size for the title. The title should be a certain minimum. For the title, I don't think, because then people might end up putting one letter right as a title. It won't make sense. You get it? So let's give it a minimum of 3 characters for the title, and maximum of, I don't think, should just have. I'm just gonna say title should be at least 3 characters. So let's give it message, say title should be at least 3 characters. Okay, that is that. Put full stops there. It's English, man. Anyway, so that is that for the details. Now we know the structure of what's going to be returning. And finally, we can just go ahead and extend our JPA, extends JPA repository, and then we are getting the task, and we are getting the long as the ID. So that is it for that. Finally, we can now start with our service and our control. So there you go. We've really created, we've coded, we've worked, we've done a lot. So now we can go ahead and now work on the controller, you know, creating, updating, deleting, and all that CRUD operations. But for the controller, let's go ahead and just call this a REST controller, and then we just get a request mapping, and we need to just say required arguments constructor, so that we don't have to create those boilerplate ourselves. Now here we need just this to be slash tasks, right? Slash API slash v1 slash tasks. So let's just keep it as tasks like that. We don't have to stress. Tasks, okay, that is cool. Next thing, we're gonna go inside the service, and then we're gonna annotate this with a bin at service, and we get the required arguments constructor. What am I doing, bruh? What am I doing? Okay, this is okay. Hey bro, my college assignment will kill me. What have you been doing, my G? Why would it kill you, bruh? Okay, are you lazy? Alright, now we need to go ahead and create a mapper, request map. I mean, let's call this a mapper, and then this is going to get the task mapper. This is going to be an interval. So I task mapper. Alright, and then here we're just going to annotate this with mapper, and we're going to call this as component model. Should be the Spring framework or the Spring Boot, right? And we just come here now, create our whatever. Now I like to first get this mapping, and then create a target, and then it could be an ID. Then we say go ahead and ignore it, should be true. I'm just going to copy this down according to things that I want to ignore, right, in the response. So I'm going to ignore this 3 times. I mean, copy this. Alright, now let's go back to our DTO in a second. For the response, we want the ID, and we want to ignore the created that and updated that and the ID. It will leave the description and the title and the description. Right, so let's go ahead and get that. So we're going to get the created that. We're also going to ignore the updated that. updated that, and then we're going to just come here and say within here give me the create task DTO as DTO, and then we are converting this to entity. So we're going to say to task entity, and we are going to consider the task as the model, right? So that is that. Now we don't have any error. Copy this down for updating. This is going to be for the updating. So updating is going to return void, and then this is going to be update from DTO. So that is going to take this, and then we're going to map this with the target, and the target is going to be the task that we have as task. Now that is it. Next thing we're going to do is just getting things from the database. So getting things from the database, we're just going to take the task as task, and finally we are going to say this to response entity. Now this is going from DTO to entity. This is going to be from entity to DTO. So let's say to task response DTO, and it's going to take task response DTO. Good. So that is it. Now this is going to be for all get methods, for listing. Yeah, this is for post. My bad. This is for creating things in the database. This is for post methods, and this is for get method or listing, and then this is for updating, right? I don't like to this is for put method. I don't like to edit everything. It's so terrifying level. I can do lead code medium, but can't do it. Why do you guys think that just because you can do lead code that means you can do anything else? Are you guys high? Doing lead code doesn't determine what you can do in real life, bro. Come on, man. You funny as hell, bro. Anyways, what else? I think I have the mapper in place. Then I need to just create the routes now for CRUD. I need to just create the CRUD. Now we're gonna have private final. We have to get the task service as task service, and inside the task service you need to get a few things. You need to get private final task, not task service, task repository as task repository. Then private final, we need to get the task mapper as task mapper. Then finally, I don't think there's anything else we need to worry about. Yeah, that is it. Now we need to just go ahead and create what we gotta create. That's true. I got an internship, but still keeps improving as growth is necessary at each level. Oh my boy, you got an internship because of lead code. That's sweet. That's dope. That's dope. I need to start applying for internships as well, bro. I can't even lie to you. A Java intern. So Java intern, you feel me? That just sounds peak. Anyways, let's go ahead and create those things. So let's go to the controller. I need to just close this. Go to the controller. Wait, what's unstop platform? What's that? I don't know what that is. So I need to create public. Let's say public. First, we need to create a get mapping or post mapping. And create a post. Just create. Okay. Post mapping. Then I need to go ahead and grab the public response entity, and then we're gonna get the task. Let's say response DTO. What is that? Task response DTO. Okay. Task response DTO. Okay. Now we are going to say create. It's gonna be create task, and it's going to first we need to validate it. We need to validate the input, then we get the request body. Then after that, we pass in the task create DTO. What did we call it? We called it create task DTO. as DTO, and then finally that is it. Now we can have a task response DTO, task response DTO as response response is equals to now user service, no, not user service, task service dot we did not create it, right? So we need to go ahead and create task. So let's add this here, create task, and it's going to take in the DTO. Then we're gonna just return response entity dot HTTP response entity dot status HTTP status, no, not that, HTTP status dot created. So we are creating, and then the body we pass in the response inside the body. Now let's go ahead and grab this create task. Then we go inside our service and we just create public. It's going to take in task response DTO. We're gonna have create task, and the creating task, we just take the create task DTO as DTO, and we can just go ahead and now do that. Now this is going to take task as task is equals to, now we need to get the task repository dot find by ID, right? And we need to make sure we have that ID, find by ID. Wait, we need to make sure we have that ID already, so we can just say DTO dot ID. Wait, do we have it? DTO dot what? Okay, we can just say find by name. I think that makes more sense, right? Or find by title. Okay, but for now let's just try to create it. So we're going to say DTO dot save, and we need to save that task entity in our database, right? No, not really. What are we doing? Task is equals to this. Task is task repository dot save. Then let's try to pass in that DTO. Now what's going on here? Let's see. Oh, my bad. So we need to take the task mapper dot to task entity, then we pass in the DTO. Now that is that. Then we can go ahead and return the task. We need to first create that task, right? Task, and then task is equals to let's grab this. So we are converting that task to the entity thing, and then finally we can take the entity response DTO, task response DTO as response is equals to task mapper dot to task response DTO, then we pass in that repository thing. So yep, wait, it's gonna cut this, leave it the way it is, drop this. Task is equals to, I need to save this, right? So this is gonna be task repository dot save entity, then pass in the DTO. What's going on here? Oh my goodness, why am I getting confused right now? Wait. Why am I kind of getting confused, bro? Is what did you say? Is used to apply? In this you can get internship too. Oh, okay, I didn't know that. Okay, so we first convert this to the DTO. After that, we go ahead and create an instance of this. So this is going to be what we shall create in the database. Invert type, what's that? I have no idea what's going on here. Response DTO, then we pass in the task. Okay, task is equals to that. Then we pass in this task. Okay, and then we return repository, which is response entity. We do not have anything to do with response entity anymore, so we just say return response. So we can just say return from here, return this, and then what's going on here. Oh yeah, we need to return this using the task mapper. My bad. We need to return task mapper. My bad. Task mapper dot to response entity. Wait, what's going on here? Task, this is response entity, task mapper dot to response to task response DTO, passing that task, and then after that we can now save it to the database, right? We can now create a new instance. Say task as created task, yes, or task created, or we can say task created or created task. Created task is equals to task repository dot save. Then we are saving that instance of task, saving it to our database, and then finally this dot response entity, we pass in the created task. But how? Return task mapper created task. So what do we have here? This is not useful then. all right, this is that. So now this is a clean version, right? We are first converting the DTO to entity. After that, we create an instance of task as created task, then we save it in our database. Then finally we return we return whatever we created to response DTO, and we receive it here as created task. I think that is it. So we have the post now remaining create. We have create, remaining read, update, and delete. So now read, we just need to get the mapping, get mapping, and we need to create the one that gets everything. Then later we can create the one that gets it with the ID. So public response entity is going to take in. Matter of fact, we are going to take the task response DTO, and then we say get all tasks, and then go ahead and get that. Now here we need to return a page, and we have to return a pageable. We need to return this is pageable, should be pageable, and by default we need to return a pageable default. So pageable default, and then the pageable default will contain our sorting. We need to sort this by direction, certain direction, but size. For now we need we can say we need 10 elements. I mean we need 8 or 5 elements, right? So by default is 10, so we don't even have to worry about it. We can say page, give us page by default is what, or page doesn't have default. So in a page, let's say return 0, but for now let's just keep it as sort. Then we get direction, we have sort direction. Why is it not bringing direction? For some reason, I can't find direction, my boys. Let me just do like this to check what we have inside the pageable default. So pageable default, we have direction, and then we have sort and size. So size by default is 10. Sort this, I think we can have this as an alphabetical order, right? So we can have ascending. Sort, oh yeah, we need to sort this using the title, the task title, and then by default we can have a direction, and then we can have ascending. We need to get it by descending, I think, or ascending. Let's just, I think by default is ascending, right? Yeah, by default is ascending, but it's okay. Just keep it the way it is. Okay, bring this down, and then finally we need to just return this. So task response DTO, and here we have response, not response, response like that. Then we can say get all tasks. Hey boy, yo, what's good, Bresky? How you doing? Bro, how Professor Guide helps you in this journey? Professor Guide has not helped me in any way. I can't lie to you, my brother. I have never like literally learned anything like that from a professor. I've been teaching myself all along, bro. So expected 2 arguments, but you got 1. Oh, not this pageable thing. So get all tasks. What's going on here? Response entity. Oh, not this. We are actually supposed to talk to the task service first, and then we pass in pageable, I think. And then this pageable, we can map it to whatever that we create that side, right? Which is going to be the task. Oh, hold on, my bad. This is just going to be pageable, but let's keep it like this. Let's keep it like this for now. Dot, we are going to say get all tasks, then we pass this in the way it is, pageable, and then we're going to say user mapper or task mapper. So let's just keep it as pageable for now. Pageable, and then yeah, now we need to go ahead and create this. So here first we need to return response DTO dot this is just going to be okay, and then we just pass in that response in the body, or we can just say dot okay. So dot status, no, what are we creating? What are we returning actually? Yeah, let's see. Oh, we don't, wait, what is this? Return pageable. Okay, we can just say go ahead and directly return this. Return tasks, whatever, response entity dot okay. Now, oh my goodness, this is kind of confusing. Oh, what's going on? I'm just building a task manager, a simple task manager, bro, but it's giving me a hard time. First, let me leave it the way it is. Let me go here. This was supposed to say return task service, but let's go and create this first inside the service. So public, we're going to have page, and we're going to have task response DTO get all tasks, and we are just going to return pageable as pageable. Now here we are going to return, I don't know why we have that there. I don't know why we have that there, but yeah. So we're just going to say tasks. Just going to say task. Oh, we are supposed to return this as a response. So task response DTO, just like this. Alright, task response DTO is equals to response is equals to task repository. No, not task marker. Task repository dot find all then passing pageable. Then this is gonna be it. What's going on here? Here's a page and required is response DTO. Oh, it's gonna be task. Do we still have it? Required is task, and we're returning this. So this is just going to not return anything. We're going to have something like this. Then you can just say return. What's going on? We're returning required task response DTO provided is page task. Oh god, why is this stuff a little hard like this, bro? Return response DTO as response is equals to this. God, bro, why is this stuff confusing me? Task dot find all, then return pageable. Oh, okay. Task is equals to that. Now what's going on again? Related problem. Oh, we are returning but wait, isn't this what we want? Okay. This was also supposed to be a page. And then we just return the response. But what's going on here? Inline variable. Yep. This is something we're supposed to create since. Return task.get all tasks and pageable. Oh my god. No. Return task.find all. Wait, what is in our controller? Matter of fact, this is what we have in our controller. Then we need to map this with the task. Wait, pageable. We need to map this pageable like this with the task mapper. Is supposed to do that. Wait, let me check a new window. Some stupid stuff that I'm confusing here. Okay, inside the to-do service. Oh, this is the one. Alright, let me look at this. I think the to-do controller. I'm not sure if this is the one, but yeah. Not really. This is not what I'm looking for. Let me go ahead and I think it's inside sorting. I think it's inside sorting, if I'm not sure. Yep, it's inside sorting. So we can just go to the product service and we shall have this. So return all. No, not here. Oh my goodness. Yeah, I think it should be here. It should be here if I'm not mistaken. Yep, it should be here. So yeah, then return response user repository dot find all, then we'll pass in the pageable, then we'll map user mapper to response detail. That is just it. That is just it. And then inside the controller, what do we have? So the controller user response is find by ID. No, this is going to be return all users, passing the pageable. Yeah, so basically that is that. So here in the service, we're going to find out that this pageable, we can now map this, and then we can have the task mapper, and then we just to task response, and then boom, there we go. Now this is okay. Oh, that was confusing, bro. All right, now we need to update. So creating done, updating, and then deleting will be next. So this is going to be put mapping. We need to get a specific ID. It's going to be an ID. We're gonna have public, not private. Oh god, public response entity. We're gonna take in the task response detail, then we're gonna say update task by ID, I guess. Then we need to pass in the path variable first, and then we pass in the ID long. After that, it's going to be your type ID, and finally we also need to validate it, and then we need to get the request body, and the request body is create task DTO as DTO. Wow. So here we are going to get a response, task response, call this response is equals to the task service dot update task. We don't have that. Update task, and then we need to pass in two things. Now this is going to be interesting. Let's go and create that. This is going to be update task, and then it's going to take in a few things. Let's call it like that, and then public needs to take the task response DTO, and that is that. And this is going to take the create DTO as DTO and not the path variable like that. We're going to find the long ID. Just like that. Now this is going to take two things. Import no, not like that. Long ID. What's going on here? Identifier. Here we need to add them. So we need to pass in the ID, and we need to pass in the DTO. Yeah, this is going to be DTO, just like that. Oh, I changed the arguments, DTO and ID. All right, that's the way it's supposed to be. And then finally we just return response DTO dot OK. Then we pass in dot body. I think it will be dot body, right? Dot OK dot body, then just pass in the response, call it a day. Ooh, crazy. So here now we need to update. Now how we're gonna update? We're just gonna create a task, Not really. This is going to return void, by the way, for the updating. Updating is going to return void. So we are not returning anything here. We're just going to return straight from here. We are not returning anything at all. So what's going on here? I don't know what's going on. What's the problem? Missing return statement? Yeah, we just return directly from here. What's the problem? Our response entity, we need to return this as void. Void. So this is going to be void. Now we are going to have to say task mapper.update from DTO, then we pass in the DTO and we pass in the ID. Now what's missing? Wait, which abstract method again? This is kind of confusing me. No, not like that, bro. Return oh my goodness. Yeah, so that was it. That was the issue. It is going to be void. We're not returning anything in the response DTO. We're not returning anything. Yep, just like that, bro. This is what I wanted. It's kind of hard, bro. Okay, that is that. So we have that. Now we need to update the user. So that task service dot update task, and then pass in the DTO. Then we say task. Say task from the entities as updated task. Updated task is equals to, we need to get the task repository, right? From the controller, no, we need, wait, what am I doing here? This shouldn't touch anything. I just need to perform everything here. So task as updated task, updated task is equals to task repository dot save, and then we are saving updated task mapper dot to entity. Yep, that is what we need to do first here. So I'm gonna say task is equals to task mapper dot update from DTO. Yeah, this is what we are supposed to do here. Then we just pass in that. Okay, pass in DTO and ID. What's going on here? Make updated at which side? Oh god. Can we check the repository first? So what just happened right now? What just happened? Hold on. Undo. What just happened? Let me first understand. Provided void update return. Okay, so here we are providing void, but first let's say I'll save that task first for a minute. This is being saved to the database. Then we return task mapper dot to response DTO, and then pass in the updated task. Now that is okay, but then we need to what's going on here? Oh my goodness. Make return entities. Also, it's creating it inside the entity or what? Task response, task detail, task mapper. Oh, so it's changing this to return task rather than returning void. Okay, fine. Your books. Yeah, still almost done though. I'm almost done. Okay. Alright, I'll call you when I'm done. Alright. Love you, books. Okay. So I'm trying to not return anything when I'm updating. So it shouldn't return anything really. What's going on? Oh yeah, so it will just be like this. This is okay. So I just need to get this. Okay, what's going on here? Task updated task is equals to repository.this. No. Okay, this is it, right? Oh god, what's going on with me, bro? I can't even reason right now. I think I'm tired. I think I'm just genuinely tired. You see, updating here, response updated, we pass in this, and then we return this with the response entity. How about this service? For updating the user. Nice sunglasses. Thank you, Bresky. So we can take this and then we save, and then we return a user mapper. Yes, that's what I was talking about. But I was too stupid to think about it like that. So here should just remain task response detail. Thank you, my brother. Thank you guys. You guys make my day always. So this is it, and then finally we can just say return task mapper dot response detail. Then this is too much. All these ones are in one place. I need to break these things down, because then this is a lot of stuff in one place. Just like the way this is, we create a new instance, we call this updated this, and we save it, and then we return the updated user thing. So that's all that I need to do right now. Right, I need to go ahead and do just that. I'm just gonna remove this, and then I'm going to say task as task, which is updated task. These glasses are there so that my eyes, like the light is directly just above me. I don't want it to affect my eyes. Save, then we pass in. We need to get this from the response entity, so we're gonna call this as task is equals to this, and then we can just save this. Just save the task, and then we return the task mapper dot to response entity. Now here's the thing, this one is we are returning void, provided void, required type is task. This is the type, but we are returning void, so I don't know why. Oh god. Alright, let's just keep it as void the way it is, but then this, okay fine, let's remove that. And then we're going to have response DTO. We are taking in the task repository dot save, and then we are saving the task mapper. We are saving this. So how can we break this down? I have no idea. Let's just go ahead and use it. Let me remove this. Go ahead and use it inside our controller. So this is it, right? Now goodness. So that means our response entity should return void, right? And then we shall not have any issue. Then we can have response.ok.build. Okay, that's cool. What else again? We need to make the method void. Yep. So that is cool now. At least, bruh. God damn. So, what are you creating? I'm actually building a simple task manager. Oh my goodness. I'm building a simple task manager. So right now I'm trying to just create the CRUD operations, and then tomorrow we can just complete the rest, because I was handling every single thing. We shall just complete the rest tomorrow. Let me just build the delete part and then call it a day. Delete mapping. The delete mapping will always be similar to what we have here. Just gonna copy this. Delete mapping. Our response entity is gonna take in this. No, we're actually not returning anything, so the entire thing will just be void. And then this is delete what? Delete task by ID. Then we don't need all this validation. We just need task dot delete task as well. Then we are going to pass in the ID, and then here we're just going to find, we're going to say return this dot no content dot build. So that's what we're gonna do. Go ahead and build it inside the service. Now we're going to have public void delete task with the ID. I think that is it. Why do we have an error here? Response entity object. No, we're just gonna pass in void. Alright, that is it. So I think that is that for today, my boys. I'm kind of tired right now. I gotta go now. Finally, I think tomorrow when we come back, sort is never used. I have sort already there. So tomorrow when we come back, we shall just complete the project from here. Okay. Oh my god, so we've built a lot. I was supposed to push this to my how do I call it, to GitHub, right? So let me go ahead and just connect this with my repo. Let's go connect this with the repo. So I'm just gonna go here and create a new repository. Create new repository, and we're just gonna call it filthy task. The way it's written, filthy task. Create repository, and I'm just gonna take from here, from Git up to here. So let's go back here, and then we say git init. We initialize that. Now git add dot. We've added that. There are certain things you're supposed to ignore. I don't know. I have no idea if it's going to ignore them, but it is what it is. So we have git commit, first commit and all that stuff. We have, I'm just gonna call it done with CRUD operations, global error handling, validation, and what else, and proper MVC architecture. Okay, I'm just gonna push that. Okay, that is that. And if I just go and refresh now, should be able to have our, yep. So as you can see, we have this Java. Why is it just showing Java? Like 100% Java. It's crazy work, right? So yeah, we have Maven wrapper, we have the source. You can check the main, you can check com.filter, you can check the models, you can check the entities, you can check the task.java is there. So yeah, that should do it, my boys. I'm gonna call it a day now. So today we have done like a lot of work. We've done a lot of work. Let me see, I think we stopped here. Where is it? Here. We didn't do like a lot of unit testing, but we tried to do something. So we are here today, and tomorrow we shall have to finish a little bit of some that. So thank you guys for watching. I don't know, let me close this off. Look at this stream. It's a 4-hour stream, bro. Crazy work. Alright, I'm gonna be out of here, my boys. Peace. Thank you guys for watching. Let's go. 4-hour stream, bro.